welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I thank you for tuning on in today in an unusual, unconventional streaming day for us as we have baseball playoffs in the middle of October. And that is a wonderful thing at that. Very rarely seen in these parts of Seattle. And so we want to definitely enjoy this while we can, see how far this ride can go. After all, our Seattle Mariners have never made the World Series in their entire history. And after last night's win, find themselves 3 wins away from going out there, getting the job done. So we're going to be covering all the action today, pitch by pitch. If you want to talk a little bit of Seahawks stuff too, we can work that on in. You know, we go whichever way you guys want to go with that. But really looking forward to this game. It was a real fun one last night. Had you on the edge of your seat. Your Cal coming in and being the hero like he was. Mariners on short rest, just ready to go in that first game. Very impressive on their part. And let's see if they can keep this going on the road. Steal 2 games away. Dare I get greedy here on the road to open up this series. I thank everyone for watching, and I do want to thank the sponsor of this show. That is going to be Sleeper. Sleeper is the #1 sports app in the game right now. I know you got a lot of choices, but this is the one that you want. Why? They got the best picks in the game. They got the best spots there. They're not trying to undercut there. Got the right things, the right spots where you want to go take those picks and build them up in the right kind of fashion. More varied to me than some of the other sites I've dealt with at times. And right now they've got a great special going on. 100% match up to $100 on your first deposit when you use my code NEST. Get in daily fantasy. Get in weekly fantasy and football. Change your team up every week. You lost your fantasy leagues and against your friends, go recoup a little bit of that pride. Go get it done out here. Go win some money at the same point in time. You know, get yourself prepped then for next year and have that draft ready and set and good to go at that point. You can also go the overs and unders. As you can see here, that's what I've done today in the Mariner game where I've got Naylor going over 0.5 hits, Cal Raleigh going over 0.5 hits, and Savage, the starting pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays, going over 5.5 strikeouts because, as we do know, this is a Mariner lineup that likes to freely swing. And sometimes that can lead to Ks, especially if you have a pitcher with some nasty stuff. You can also get $20, no deposit required, just a free 20 from Sleeper. Just going to the app for the first time, getting a login created. They'll throw you that as well. So that's $120 hip pocket from me to you, and you show some love to the channel at the same point in time. Big shout out here to Sleeper, #1 app in the game, getting it going. A variety of different picks you can pick, can take. And very kind to sponsor yours truly here during this football season. I hope everyone's having a great day. We're doing well over here. Yesterday was just such a magical day for Seattle sports and so rare at that. I mean, maybe Haley's Comet comes by at a greater frequency than what we got to see yesterday. The Seattle Seahawks win. We got the Mariners handling business, even the Outliers to the Huskies and Sounders doing what they do. So, very cool to see. We'll be kicking off today, and as a reminder with this, the feed will be just a little bit ahead on the action today because the feed doesn't come through on the internet as quick to one to the other. So if it is a little bit ahead, I just kind of fell back on that's probably going to be nicer for you guys to be able to see that, and rather than not having it up on the screen for the sake of not spoiling, yada yada. Dogzilla, how you doing? It's good to see you. Bwahaha. How you doing? Zilla, what up? Happy to attend another one of your streams. Thank you. Let's go Mariners. Let's go Mariners, man. Thanks for hopping in with me. Michael Bicknell, good to see you. Brian Myers, hello. Thrill House, what's up? Ricky, A-Rod, and David Ortiz picked the Mariners to win. Former M's love. Yeah, you know that they know this fan base wants it. Even in A-Rod, who's got a little bit of probably like, they threw Monopoly money at me. Even he's got to probably be like, yeah, I mean, it is one of my original teams. They drafted me. Come on, guys. Come on. You know. Not supposed to have a rooting interest, but come on. I think there's probably a little bit of that going on. And Ortiz, it's standpoint of probably just pure Toronto hate. You know how they do out there in that AL East. They don't like each other. They're not too fond of one another out there. Mick Brewer, go Mariners. David Phillips, how you doing, man? William, hello. Yep, Kraken won well. Huskies won as well. Hell of a day. Hell of a day. So the Mariners are going to get themselves the youngster, the prodigy. He has Savage out on the hill. Any pitcher with Savage in their name is automatically adds like 3 or 4 miles per hour to your fastball and more spin rate. Just cool name to have for a pitcher. What do they call you? Brandon? Brandon what? Brandon LaBrutal. Brandon LaBrutal. Yeah, it's my name. And I pitch. Everybody wants a badass name. Randy Arozarena steps up the plate, takes strike on the inside portion of the plate, 94 mile an hour fastball. Arozarena hitting 148 here in this series. Played some good defense out in left field last night. Swing and a miss, slider low, 0-2. HHG, hey. One sec here. Bouncing splitter at the plate there. 1-2. Oof, nasty pitch. I think Randy thought he was going to get rung up there. He started walking over to the first base dugout side. Oof, that's a tough-ass pitch to take. 2-2. Inside, ball 3. He did this last night. Well, remember working the opening count. Oh, got him right on the armor. Hit batsman's there. That'll walk Randy to first. Hopefully he got the good part of the armor there and didn't sneak up and hit his arm. You got your typical lineup today. Canzone, in fact, the exact same lineup as last night. No, he's Gina. Cal comes up. One runner on here. Cal having a pretty blistering postseason, hitting 400 with 2 home runs and 5 RBIs. If you can keep the good times rolling here. First pitch foul back. Fastball. Come on, Cal. Throw over to first, keeping Roundy close. Hi, good eye there. Raleigh stayed late with that pitch, held in tight. He was thinking about waving at it. 1-1. Doesn't go for that one. 2-1. Savage making some very nice borderline pitches here to the first 2 batters, and the first 2 batters are doing a good job of not taking the bait. Make him throw you strikes. Outside, ball 3, another borderline. So this would lead me to believe this is a little bit of the strat by the Blue Jays today with their starting pitcher is, hey, this Mariner lineup strikes out a lot. This Mariner lineup's really free swingers. Why don't you just work outside the edges of the zone so that there's nothing they can do with it, and they're going to swing at it. Foul back. So back-to-back 3-2 counts here to start this off. Cal gave that a mighty cut. 3-2 count. Randy Arozarena on first base. Nobody out. Top of the first. Blue Jay fans on their feet. Whoa. Ball 4. Cal with a very nice at bat. Very nicely done. Well, let's see what Julio's got here now. Big moment for him. 2 runners on, nobody out. Chance for this Mariner team to jump out in front here. Julio hitting 200 here this postseason with a home run. Takes a tough slider there on the outside portion of the plate. That's a great pitch. Another splitter. Another nice pitch there. A little bit above the knees. 0-2. There we go. Didn't take it. Knew he was going to waste one. Let him throw that thing in the dirt. The Savage comes set. Julio gets a hanger and he sent it. He got a hanger and he put that in the back of the seats. Let's go, Julio Rodriguez with a 3-1 home run to start this game out. That pitch just hung right up at the top of the zone, came through at a speed that Julio could turn on, and he cranked that bastard into the seats. You want that pitch down, dropping into the knees, kind of like you saw, I think, on what was the pitch 2 of that sequence. And he got it up just a little too much. This is the same thing we saw last night with Raleigh's home run. It's a nasty pitch. It's a hard pitch to hit because the bottom falls out on it. But when the bottom falls out on it into the top of the zone, into the middle of the plate, they're gonna destroy the ball. Good night. 3-run home run in the top of the first inning for the Mariners to jump out in front. And Julio and Cal and Julio, the dynamic duo. So much of your offense through this regular season has continued to be stalwarts and then some here into this postseason play. Nice job on the 3-run shot. He hangs it, you punish him. Punish him. Swing and a miss there by Jorge Palanco. He goes down on 3 pitches. See if maybe this wakes you Savage up. Julio is just sitting on that pitch, man. He was sitting on that pitch the whole way. Swing and a miss here from Naylor. 1 man down here. Naylor hitting 222 here in the postseason. 295 in the regular with 20 home runs. Another foul back. And it was like maybe that home run maybe kind of woke up you Savage a little bit here now. Some nice pitches there to Jorge, and then coming right back with some nice pitches here to Naylor to start the at-bat out. Naylor tries to kind of take a breath here, sensing the kid getting into a little bit of a locked-in rhythm. 0-2. High. Ball 1. Ooh, right off the instep of Naylor. Ow. He's going to limp around here a little bit. Hopefully he's okay. You got all that armor on your leg, and the ball just manages like it has a mind of its own to go find the hole in the armor. You find that one spot where you just don't have the protection. But you can see that's why those guys wear that protection is. Good news is that it'll tend to hurt, but it does tend to go away. It hurts like a mother initially. Megan, thank you for the $20 donation. Let's go. Always good to see my lady from down under in the house. Hopefully you're doing well. I really appreciate that $20 dono. I've got a mosquito buzzing around my ear. We've had the biggest problem with mosquitoes here lately. Naylor fouls back on tough splitter there. That's where you want that splitter at. You want it as a pitcher right down in that bottom of the kneecaps. Even when it does fall in the dirt, that's not a bad thing because then you get them swinging. They can't do nothing with it. But it's a play with fire kind of pitch. Naylor bats this back up the middle, showing off his bat control. Level stroke at his eyes to swat that through the middle of the infield there for a base hit. Great piece of hitting, and just he shows you, what he brings as a batsman in this lineup. Not a strike by any measure, but still able to just sort of club that thing out into center field because he's got such a level stroke. Really getting on top of that ball rather than underneath it, and allowing him to still then make some real solid contact on it because of that. Eugenio Suarez up at the plate. He had the deepest double you'll ever see in your life last night. Hit off the top portion of the fence in center field at the highest. You got like a little extra fence that goes up in center field. He hit it off that. First pitch strike. 1 second, Megan. I forgot your dono. Thank you for the $20, though. We're just having a nice, good first inning here. Low. Ball. Savage already working his way up to 27 pitches here in this first inning of work. Swing and a miss from Suarez. Taxing inning, though, on the kid. Swing and a miss. Top of the zone fastball there for Eugenio. And he said he does a G damn it because he knows that's kind of a pitch that he usually can work with there. Savage left that a little higher up in the plate than he wanted to have it from the spot of the catcher there. Got away with one. 2 men down. Up steps Dominic Canzone. Let's get some quality at bats today, Dom. Hitting 100 in the postseason off of a 300 year. And then just on top of the poor batting average, he's not exactly putting tremendous contact out on the base paths. Josh Naylor with the steal. Let's go, Josh. Mariners continue to work. They do continue to work Alejandro Kirk, not trusting his arm, and Naylor just continues to steal bases easily because nobody's paying attention to him. They go, no man that big is going to try to steal a base. Mariners continue to be aggressive on the base paths. 30 steals and 32 attempts for Naylor this year. Pretty incredible. Splitter, low there, strike. 1 and 2 here to Dom. Blue Jays already have a bullpen arm up and working there. Dominic, swing and a miss. Swinging a ball outside on a fastball. It's running away from him. It's tailing away, granted, but got to swing in the zone. Got to swing in that zone. 3-run first inning, though, for the Mariners. Nice to give Logan Gilbert a little bit of that help there, huh? Megan, thank you for, again, that $20 donation. Sorry about the delay there. This is AB and 12s, only here for a couple of hours as I have a meeting for work at 10 a.m. I still think the Blue Jays will take the series, but love how well the M's have played. Yeah, we shall see, Megan. We shall see. Feeling pretty good about things so far here, especially being able to take back some of this home field advantage back into Seattle. But we will see how it goes. Thank you for the big $20 donation. Appreciate you. Hope it's not too tough a day at work for you out there. It's a great game last night too, man. Let me tell you. How about our Hawks yesterday? Coming back and getting the Jaguars. That wasn't too shabby either, was it? Appreciate you, Megan. Sean McLeod, Brando, what's Byron Murphy's ceiling at this point? Ooh. Well, I had him. I mean, my original comp, I think, still feels kind of true for him. It's not like a good comp in respect of, I think, a tit for tat as far as how he is as a run defender, because he's a much more improved than the guy that I would relate this to. But I think he's John Randall. That's the guy to me that he's always stood out as far as his upside goes. So I would call him John Randall, but a better version of John Randall, because with John, he was so tremendously undersized for a 3-tech in the NFL, even back into the 90s or whatever. You know, he's a guy probably at times 265 out there operating from the defensive tackle position. I think he was maybe sub 6 foot tall. So there's some dimension stuff that match up between them. They both win in the same kind of fashion a little bit, quicker to the spot sometimes with the linemen than they can just move their feet to get to. And with Randall, his first year, 1 sack, and then the next corresponding years, 9.5 sacks, 11.5 sacks, 12.5 sacks, 13.5 sacks, 10.5 sacks, 11.5 sacks, 15.5 sacks. I don't know if he's going to stack it all up like that, but I think that gives you one where it's not the Aaron Donald comp, because the Aaron Donald one's just not fair, and I don't think that we're going to see the likes of an Aaron Donald type coming down the line here necessarily anytime soon. But I would put it still with Randall, but with actual plus run stuffing ability from the 3-tech. Whereas with Randall, he was a little bit of a liability. You could go at him. Logan Gilbert out on the hill now. 25 starts this year, 6-6 record, 3.44 ERA. Came out and was fantastic for your Mariners. First pitch strike slider. And all played. Fantastic for your Mariners. Coming out in relief a couple nights ago to help get that win, Tigers, to help allow you to move on here to the Toronto Blue Jays. Logan with wind. A little bit high with fastball, 1-1. Springer up to the plate here, hitting 190 this postseason with 2 home runs. Cranked a shot last night on the very first pitch of the game. Notice Logan came back with a slider on the first pitch today and not a fastball. Probably for as much that reason. Fouled off, slider. 1-2. Swatted foul. Came back with a splitter on his hands. It's a nice pitch. Hard to do much with that. CD, how many wins do you need to get the series win? 4. Is it? I don't think it's 3. It's a 7-game series, isn't it? Outside? 2-2? Yeah, so it goes 3, 5, 7, and 7. So you got to get 4. Got to get that 4. 2-2 count. Hit hard. Ooh, that was scary. Springer swatted that thing into the seats. It just hooked to the left. Foul. I never saw the ball land. It just looked like let's stop pitching him inside. He's had a couple cranks on that there. Ooh, Again, left another one right in the middle of the plate, and he swats it. Well, you're lucky he didn't put that one out. It's a double to center field, but Logan left that thing right back in the same honey spot that he had 2 pitches he cranked on in that at bat, being Springer. Logan's going to live in the top of the zone in general, but don't live in the middle of the plate in the top of the zone. Or not in this Toronto lineup. Will have some fun with you. Nobody out. Runner on second. First pitch foul back on a fastball there. It's a little better of a location, though. Still a little bit of too much in the middle of the plate for my liking. Nathan Luke's back out in the game here for the Blue Jays after fouling off this ball hit on the ground. Oh my gosh. Naylor's got it, tries to flip it over to Logan Gilbert. The ball gets away from Gilbert, goes to the backstop there, and the Blue Jays will score a run and have still now a runner at second with nobody out. Sloppy sequence there. Both Naylor and the second baseman went for the ball. Kind of that in-between place you catch it. Jeez. Better be lucky than good sometimes from Luke's standpoint, I guess. Thing's just a little nubber. That's one where Naylor's got to let his second baseman go get that ball. You get to first, don't require your pitcher to have to come over on that, and you make this wild play. Palanco just comes up and flips it over to the pitcher, flips it over to Naylor. It's a much easier play. Part of the problem, I guess, at times when you got such good coverage area like Naylor does from the position over there, quick instincts and whatnot with his glove. Blue Jays quickly come back and take a run here, though, in the bottom of the first inning. Guerrero up at the plate. Oh, 1 here. Inside, ball 1. Guerrero's had some luck against Gilbert, 6 of 15. Bats this ball down. Great job by Crawford to pick that thing. That had a tough hop there. He had to pluck, and he was able to do it on running in at the same time. I think things got some giddy up to it. That's not an easy play. He made it look a lot more simpler than it is. Able to throw the runner out at first, but the runner does move over to third base now and give them an opportunity to get this 2 runs back at least here in this first inning from the 3 you took in the first. Kind of be an interesting decision here if you don't maybe just walk Barger to first. I just intentionally move him to first and then go after Kirk. You keep the double play then in play at that point. Plus you take out the bat of Barger there, their 4-hole hitter in the lineup. I think there's a lot of sense to be made in doing that. Femi, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, how does home field advantage work for baseball? It's a 4-3 series, so you get 7 games. 4 games goes to the number 1 seed as far as how many games they'll get at home. 3 games go to the away team. So what happens though if you're starting a series out against a Toronto Blue Jay team that has 4 games at home and you win one of those games in the first game, you've essentially kind of taken back home field advantage now because you're going to have 3 games at home here. With only needing 3 wins essentially to take you through. So that's kind of how it works, though. But 4-3 is the split on this. They are going to pitch to Barger here. Slider knocked foul. Suppose you just don't want to put runners on. But same point in time, this isn't a lineup that tends to strike out a lot. So the hope for the strikeout here is Logan can get it, and he's got an 0-2 count now, but tough pull on this one, That's kind of what you need. He puts anything in play, and oh, 2 pitch outside, splitter missed far wide. Splitter outside there. Logan's motion on that looked a little wonky. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Beautiful splitter. Bottom of the zone. The bottom dropped out of that thing. And there was no contact to be had. You need a strikeout. You get it. What a clutch pitch there by Logan. Now you got to finish the deal here with Alejandro Kirk. Runner on third, 2 men out. Mariners up 3-1. Kirk drills a single into center field on the first pitch, and that's going to bring him home 3-2. Darn. That fat little trash can. Tough first inning here for Logan a little bit. See if he can kind of start to lock some of this in. That's right at the center of the plate there. It's easy pitch there for Kirk to work with. I think he's just trying to sneak through a first pitch strike there. Oh, yikes, dude. Hit on a line right at Robles. That looked dangerous off the bat, but that will be out number 3 here. So Gilbert gets through with just 2 runs in, 2 hits. The most encouraging of first innings, though, for him there. Thank you, Phoebe, for the $2 dono. Addicted says, Brandon, sorry, what player are you comparing to Hall of Famer John Randall? I'm comparing Byron Murphy. Chalk, does the winner of the All-Star game determine home field? No, I thought that that's the home field for maybe the World Series, but I got to check up that's still a thing. It was a thing. I don't know if it's continued to be a thing. I'd have to look that up. Yeah, I think Logan will settle down. Just got to get him through the initial nerves. Like we kind of saw with Miller last night, there's a nerves thing. Logan just tends to be, seems like times a guy needs that, like, get through a little bit of the rough road to get to the smooth sailing. Daniel says Logan Gilbert low-key looks like Randy Johnson. Do people say that? I haven't heard that. But, hey, I mean, he's only 4 inches off Randy at 6'6". So he's a big boy. Taka Treasure, hello. Great win yesterday for both teams. Starting to look good. I was going to say great thus far. Great this far, man. Hope we can keep this going. Daniel says Naylor did that weird flip last series and failed too. He needs to stop that. Yeah, your Palanco's got the range to get over that ball. It's not hit very sharply, and it is tough as a first baseman in that moment because you're always having to make that call of, do I get to the first? Is this my ball in the grounder? And if you've got range, you have a drive to then go get all the more same. But your second baseman's over there. He's going to be shaded already to that side because of the left-handed batter. So rather than to the second base, he's going to be a little more shaded towards the first base side, which gets him all that more of an opportunity to then get to the ball. Titans are naming Mike McCoy interim coach. First head coach has gone down in flames. Gone down in flames. And it was a weird hire at the time, in my opinion. I didn't really understand it. Titans, one of those organizations right now that's in that sort of, not really like a death spiral. It's more of just a it's not even purgatory because they're just not even in the middle of the road. They're just bad right now. And hard to find a lot of the hope there. I think Cam has given them a player with some juice. Just feels like there's a lot to be done on that team. A lot to be done on that team. And who knows who's going to come in and take that job now? Who are you going to get better now to come in there? Mike McCarthy? Is that the next role in that? Victor Robles up here for his first at bat now in the top of the second inning. Takes a first pitch strike, top of the zone. Michael Bicknell, what is Riley Mills' ceiling? Do you see Mills-Murphy tandem or rotating snaps depending on down and distance? Thanks for all you do, B. Oh, thank you, Michael. You're very kind on your donos yesterday, too, as well, with all your support. I appreciate that. 1-1 count here to Robles. Hard to say a little bit on this one. My answer on that. Slider outside. Some of this is a little bit about the fact that I'm not sure about how the usage is going to be with Riley on this, Michael. And the team hasn't really indicated this. 2-1. This is laced out into right field, but right at the right fielder. He's in the proper position to run up and go make the play for out number 1. So he's got some edge experience to transitioning to 3-tech at Notre Dame as he went along through his career there. And then he and I'm hearing this mosquito in my ear. I swear to God, it's driving me nuts. Driving me nuts. Crawford up, shows bunt, pulls back, takes strike. The point of showing bunt if you're not trying to bunt on one like that where you can bunt it. Just to take the strike. Crawford low, ball 1, 1-1. Low, ball 2. Gets under this pitch and pops it out here to shortstop. He'll get it for out number 2. 1 second. Randy Arozarena steps into the dish now. He got hit on the arm in his first at bat. Outside. Ball. You know, you Savage would like to get through a quick inning of work here. No doubt about that. Foul back. 1-1. 43 pitches so far for the Savage. High. Ball 1. Ball 2, sorry. Swing and a miss. Boy, right over the top of the slider on that one. I feel like he gave him a decent little pitch there to work with on that. That slider kind of hung at the top of the zone. Randy just couldn't get quite a pinpoint on it. 2-2. Whew, that's much more nastier there. Slider that just kind of sweeps right across the inside portion of the plate. Randy takes for strike 3. Mariners go down in order here in the top of the second. So with Riley, Michael, it gets hard because there could be a way where they're looking at him as kind of a power edge into the future with what he brings. I would guess that they're probably going to 3-tech him. I would guess that his short-term plan for them and the way they look at him is a guy that's going to be the Jaron Reed replacement probably next season. He's insurance there if something happens to Byron or Leonard Williams in the next, I think, 2 years. I think as well that the long-term plan would be sort of to essentially have a Byron Murphy end up taking sort of the Leonard Williams. And this is when we get a couple years down the line a bit. I think on this, it's a bit of a process with this one, Michael. But that the long-term process of this would be that you end up having him take, Byron's takes Leonard Williams' snaps that he's taken right now, and then Riley slides into some of the 3-tech snaps that Jaron Reed and Byron Murphy are getting as a backup to Leonard Williams. I'm not sure on the ceiling. His tape was very hard to evaluate. He is an edge who's being moved inside. So think about that in first general terms, Michael, of a guy that's used to being outside as an edge. You push him inside. Maybe he's got the size inside to stand up in there. And he does, this guy, but he had to gain a lot of weight going through college to get that size on the inside. So you feel at times with him as a run defender that he's going to get pushed around a little bit. He's a burly guy. He's a guy that's going to, knock over bowling pins, just being kind of that beefy dude down there and being so strong and having kind of that country strength to him almost a little bit. But he kind of also had sort of rather than being a move guy, like, whipping out rips and swim moves and spin moves, he is that pinball guy from the 3-tech where he would oftentimes just launch off the line of scrimmage and just try to be as violent running into offensive linemen as he could to kind of just create sort of a collapsing of domino chaos thing in the pocket. So as bounce off this guy, stumble, find the quarterback. It was very unconventional from those 3-techs that would give you more of those first step quickness, beats the guy, hits him with the rip move to finish it as he's sort of sealing around that little mini edge there to get to the quarterback. So hard evaluation on tape with that, and worries from my perspective of potentially being a little bit of a tweener, of not quite an edge and not quite an inside guy. I think this is sometimes what holds up a guy like Mike Morris a little bit, where you're sometimes right in that middle of the road where it's not the fun in between. It's the too far from either side in between. Not quite quick enough to be an edge, not quite strong enough and stout enough to hold up as a defensive tackle. This ball is going to get fouled back on the first pitch. Nice location there, lower at the knees there on the fastball to the 7-hole hitter Clement. Let's get a 1-2-3 here, Logan. Get this thing back over to the offense. So I think with Mills, this is a year where he's probably, absent there being an injury, there's not going to be probably any pull whatsoever to get him out on the football field. Not only did he have the torn ACL with and that's a swing and a miss on another nice splitter there from Logan. Not only did he have the torn ACL with Notre Dame at the end of his college season there, right before you were heading into sort of essentially the draft process, but also that he was a guy that had that torn ACL, I think in part because, damn, dude. My man just threw the bat at the ball and managed to get a single. That's tough luck for Logan Gilbert there. It's a good pitch. He just throws literally the bat at the ball down at the bottom of the zone and manages to. Oh, golly. Somehow just gets like a little luck. Dude, lucky as hell, man. Blue Jay lineup today has got the Leprechauns on their side. That bouncing ball to Naylor and then that one. Golly. It's not like they're crushing hard hits here. What are we doing, kitty? Come here. I know. You're okay. Damn. God, come on. Slow roller to Naylor. He's just going to have to go to the first base side here for out number 1. Can't get the double play, too softly hit. So I'll probably say, Michael, it's going to be a bit of time with him. The ideal for them would be they roll with the 3 guys they got that can take 3 tech snaps right now and then come back around to this with Riley next year. They felt like they were getting a top 50 player in the draft. And so they're sort of thinking that's, okay, we take that guy and kind of have to put him on ice for a year, but then we get him back next season. Remembering, too, when you do that, Michael, you sort of preserve a contractual year. When they're out all year like this, it doesn't count as they like to get paid, but it doesn't count necessarily as a year of service to the team. So you sort of get that extra bonus year, too, with that guy as far as how long you can hold on to him then, how long you have him on the rookie contract. Very much thinking it's a pick for the future. Power Code, how you doing, man? Dylan Dizilla says, I think, batted over to Naylor's side again here. He fields it up and throws it over to Logan for out number 2. Runner moves over to third base with 2 men out. I think Logan kind of resembles Jason Mraz. I could see it. Definitely going to need some runs today, man. I don't think it's going to be a low-scoring game, though. Look at this. I think we get Wu back at some point here in this series. Two outs. Runner on third. Springer up at the plate. Tough batter here. He cranked a double that almost went out on his last at bat. Logan's got to be careful with him. Keep it from the top of the zone on the inside portion on his hands there. He was destroying that stuff. They're going to set up outside here, first pitch. And Logan carefully. It's okay if you pitch around him here, Logan. A walk's not the worst thing. Savage does have good stuff. For me, Hawks Nest, you hear as Darius Smith retires after leading the Eagles in sacks and pressures? I did, yeah. Strike, 95 at the knees. Good pitch. Yeah. It's very, very interesting from his perspective at where their team is at right now and their willingness to do this from his part. We are seeing, I think, a little bit more of a commonality from players here in recent years. 1-1 pitch, low on the splitter, 2-1, where these guys aren't just making this decision in the offseason, that there's something of a sense, I think, as they get into the season, as they're into the grind, is maybe your body's just not, a lot of these players will tell you is that your body will just tell you. And your mind, your heart and your mind's willing, but the body's like, no, I can't do it no more. 2-1, swing and a miss. Challenged him upstairs there. Springer couldn't catch up. 2-2. And there's different reasons for why guys do this, but I just tend to think that they're all, usually these guys are very much professionals and they're going to try to at least finish through a season. There's some good money involved to do and good reasons for that to do though. So at that point, oh, man. Logan, stop leaving it up inside in the middle of the plate with this guy. Please. Please, please, please. He crushed. That's the fourth pitch up high in the inner part of the plate that he has crushed on Logan. 3 of them have gone foul. Logan's got this fascination with working Springer up in the upper top of the zone. You got to stay away from there, kid. Stay away from the spot. There we go. Oh, come on, Blue. That's strike 3. That's a perfect pitch. Come on. What are you looking at, Blue? Excuse me. Sorry, just giving me issues here. Damn cat. Logan's trying to get out of trouble here. 3-2 count. 2 men out. Runner on third. Mariners up 3-2 here. Bottom of the second. The wind. Low, ball 4. Man, what a ripoff on that call, man. That's one you got to give that one, Blue. That hitter needs to get his freaking bat off his freaking I will say this. He's squeezing the zone a little bit for both sides on the outside part of the plate. He did so with the first at bat with the Rose Arena. So I'm walking into first base. Doesn't mean it's a strike, though. Doesn't mean it isn't a strike. You know? All right, Nathan Lukes got one of the luckiest little singles you've ever seen in your life in the first. 1 for 1 with a run. Get out of trouble, Logan. Come on, buddy. Knuckle down. Strike. Pitch. Game caps is an update here. High. Ball 1. Smashes it out into right field. Base hit. That's going to score a run. Blue Jays carving out some runs here. First 2 innings, Logan struggling to, I think, hit his spots here right now. I think he's throwing pitches and he's not really sure where the ball is going to go. And that's not the best version of Logan. And this is a lineup you can't throw the ball and not know where it's going to go. This thing was supposed to be on the outside portion of the plate, and he's drifting it back into the hot zones on these hitters. Come on, Logan. You got to hit your spots, buddy. And you got to start thinking, if you're from Dan's perspective on this, with if he's not going to be able to lock that in, about getting the bullpen up potentially here pretty soon. Give him a chance to get out of it. Don't get quick hooking it here, but definitely like, buddy, Guerrero's up now. He shows a hell of a moment here. Cat, you got to pick a lane. My cats, I swear, man, they cannot decide what they want to do, where they want to do it. Okay, here we go. You're up there. We're up here. We're down there. We're over here. Back up, fourth. Left, right. Goodness, kitty. Oh, boy. 2 men out. Got to be careful here. Now you're back down. Okay. Inside, ball 2. Ball 3, you might as well just walk him at this point. What are you going to do? Serve him up a... strike. Cat's making a chair appearance. The black cat behind me is not a bad luck sign for this game. No one's saying that. 3-1. Foul back there. Strike, swing and a miss. Sorry. 3-2. What are they wearing on their wrists? Foul back on the splitter. Remain 3-2, and Gilbert seeing his pitch count climb here too as well. At this point, I think you're just hoping to carve out 4 innings with the kid. Yeah, not a fan of that third strike call that didn't go, but as was said in the chat below, he has been consistent on that a little bit. I know. Batted back foul. Guerrero hanging tough. They give power. 3-2 pitch. Yeah, foul back again. New kids on the block, hanging tough. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Bouncing ball here to Jorge Palanco. He's up with it, and he will throw him out, but another run put on the board by the Toronto Blue Jays, wiping off Julio's 3-run shot in the first. Tying this game up. We got a dogfight on our hand. Donnie, how you doing, man? I can't wait for the ABS, but how sweet it would be to win the World Series last year. Traditional umps would feel better toppling the umpire. It would indeed, man. Would indeed. Blacks can't believe we gave a 3-run lead in 2 innings. It's a potent lineup. It's a baseball team that's come back from behind more than any team in the major leagues this year. So there's a little bit of, I think, that spirit's instilled in them to be able to do that. You're going to have to put some runs up on the board in this series to get this win. You know, I think that's a bit at the forefront of what's going to be the requirement here. But we're in this. I do think, Kevin, that they're going to look to probably pull him pretty early. I think you will have the short hook now as we move forward. You do get through a little bit more of the middle to lower portion of the lineup through the next 2 innings. So Dan tries to think of this, I think, from a perspective of holding this into getting him to the 4 innings, and then we'll pull the back 5 out with the bullpen. Also sort of giving him that opportunity to maybe, God forbid, he settles in a little bit. Colberry's Logan bullpen appearance might have thrown him off a bit. Yeah, I think it's possible. Very possible. He's one of those very hyper creature of habit starting pitchers that have his schedule really locked in and very disciplined within it. And, so you kind of make that guy already work short rest, and then he's got the bullpen, and it kind of throws off probably a little bit of his general flow. Or else is this better not stay tied at the end and go to 15 innings again? I hope not, man. Your boys running on fumes from yesterday. I might struggle on that one. Have a hard time getting through on that one. Black says the pitching's going to be ass in this game. We have no chance of this lineup. They'll punish you, man. They punish mistakes. It's what they do. It's what they do. Middle of the order up here for the Seattle Mariners, Cal Raleigh at the dish. First pitch gets a nice pitch to hit on, but sends it right up into the air there for an easy out. That's just what your Savage wants. There's a quick inning of work for out number 1 there. Julio Rodriguez steps up. High ball one to Julio. Imagine he'll pitch to him pretty carefully here. Yeah, you let him try to ride the ship. That's right, Brian. Ball two. The ideal here is not to get to the bullpen too early if you can. You know, they're fairly well rested to be able to come out. You got a pretty deep bullpen with playoff baseball, but all the same, if you can get him through that at least 4 innings minimum, that's the ideal. Good eye here by Julio. The Savage is pitching him carefully with breaking balls here early in this count, and he's not taking the bait. '51st pitch here for you, Savage, is high, 4-seamer out of the zone. He wanted no part of Julio. And he's going to walk him. Naylor steps up now. Come on, Josh. Jorge Palanco steps up now. He lacks the 116 win Mariners broke me of baseball. I get it, man. That was not a fun end to that season. Palanco, first pitch swinging here. He's going to ground this out to second base. Mariners getting aggro up at the plate here in this inning. Cal swinging early. Jorge swinging early. Man, he almost fumbled that ball. Blue Jays have gotten lucky today, man. Seeing eye singles, an error that should have happened, but the ball just kind of rolled right for you. Another first pitch swinging there on a tough splitter for Naylor. This Mariner lineup does not mess around with swinging the bats. You do not have to tell them to be aggressive early. Savage comes set, 0-1 count, runner on first, 2 men down, tie score, 3-3. Naylor gets on this one off the end of the bat. It's looping. It's going to fall in front of the center fielder. Palanco able to get his way over to third base. 2 different hits here from Naylor in this game. Just put the bat on the ball and good things can happen. Not the prettiest of swings you'll see. Just kind of off the end of the bat. Center fielder's playing to some depth there and drops it on in. Oh boy, here. Come on, Eugenio. Eugenio has been overall cold coming to the Mariners. First pitch swinging, sends it out to center field, and he makes a diving catch. Jeez. Might be the Blue Jays' day here. I'm just going to say, like, the baseball gods do not appear to be with us with where some of this is going. Man, this Mariner lineup is aggressive. Yeah, the strike zone's been consistently a little off for both. Me? So hit that like button, y'all. Let's go, M's. Thank you for that, me. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance. I would really appreciate it. I think it's also a good time. I'm going to run a little quick ad for you guys. We got another new sponsor on the show. It's going to be TickPicks. I don't know about you guys, but one of my biggest pet peeves is hidden fees when it comes to buying sports tickets. A little bit extra here, a little bit extra there. Oh, sorry, sir, just one more surcharge. Why can't the price I pay be the price I saw listed? If only there was an app where these fees didn't exist. Which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, TickPick, a huge shout out. With over 20 million downloads, TickPick has you covered. NBA, NFL, concerts, festivals, you name it, they got it. TickPick provides the lowest prices, guaranteed. Oh, and no fees. What you see is what you pay. The NFL is in full swing, the NBA is just around the corner, and Major League Baseball playoffs are in the thick of it. Now is the time to lock in the best app in the game at finding you the right ticket at the best price. I love using TickPick. Last year, I was supposed to go to the opening game of the football season with my buddy who was also bringing those tickets, but he bailed on me at the last second and I was left to scrambling. I thought I was going to be up the creek without a paddle, but I fired up the TickPick app, was able to find a really nice seat by utilizing their high seat rating, which just looks at the combination of price and seat quality to get you that best bang for the buck. And I was able to go to the game and experience an incredible game at that. TickPick has your back. Each ticket bought is backed by the buyer trust guarantee so that you can trust your seat is legit. And of course, I've got a code for you guys. When you use code HMA, get $20 off your first set of tickets with TickPick on a purchase of up to $100. That's $20 off any tickets when you use promo code HMA. Make sure you click the link in the description section to download the app and have the code automatically added to your account so you can use it later. Thank you, TickPick. Hey, TickPick. Use that code today. Get yourself some nice seats at a great price. Shout out to TickPick. It's one of our sponsors of the show today. Well, now you have heard of TickPick. You're going to use some space. Brent wants to show us what? Guys, dirty minds in the chat. All right, bottom of the third here for Logan Gilbert. It has been a journey here for him a little bit. Starting this off, I ain't going to lie. Ball one here for Barger, the 4-hole hitter. Thank you, Dezilla. Foul back. Exactly. It's part of the house you haven't seen. You guys a little peek behind the curtain here. I do have a recliner. I don't ever get to use it, though. So. Making the Hawks Nest, the Jays let you yesterday lull you in a false sense of security. Maybe so. Maybe so. I'm not in a false sense. I know this is going to be a tough series. It's going to be a damn hard series. That's why it's so big to get that first game win. But we're going to have to definitely earn it. 2-2 count here to Barger. Nobody out. 3-3 tie. Bottom of the third. Where's Pumpkin Brennan? Oh, she's off doing her thing. It's harder with the, you won't see the cat tree because I got the, I've got the green screen up here for this. Yeah, Chris, I haven't loved this strike zone either. Trying to kind of figure out where it's at and where he seems to be a little tight. Cal trying to fix his knee pads there. A little bit all over the place, I'll say. Two-two pitch. Bouncing ball to second. Picked up by Palanco. He'll throw him out at first. Out number one. There we go. Nice, quick, easy first out. That is just what I like to see. Playlist draft, load the Mariners streams. Thank you, playlist. We'll keep them going next year, especially in the playoffs. You guys have seemed to respond to it really well. The wind off the end of the bat here, Kirk. Long run here for Robles, and he tracks it down with his good wheels for out number two. Very nice. Quick little easy inning for Logan. Would go very far for the Mariners here. That was a hell of a catch last inning by the center fielder. Not easy work. Yeah, that's a hell of a catch, especially playoff baseball. Varsho up at the plate now. 0 for 1, 2 men down. Ball outside. Logan, nice slider there on the outside part of the plate. Strike one. Love to see that. Love to see that. Outside. Fastball, ball two. Foul back. .56 pitches here for Logan Gilbert. Bouncing ball there. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Beautiful pitch there by Logan. Way to get a quick inning of work in there on his part, just with the doctor Oded. Barbara, how you doing? It's good to see you in the house. Victor Brandon, I keep waiting for an Anheuser-Busch promo from you or generated ads. I need an excuse for day drinking. It's coming with time. I'm waiting up for him. I'm open for business whenever they're ready to come calling. We like tonight for Monday night? I don't trust Atlanta as far as I could throw them. And I don't trust Chicago even less. So I'll go with Washington. I think Jaden Daniels is back for the Commanders and strong with them, so they should be good to go there. And, Buffalo just they just play with their food. They're going to win, like even lesser teams, they just kind of mess around with them a little bit. But maybe this will be the Michael Penix coming out party tonight. Certainly wouldn't mind the Falcons winning from a perspective of making that Rams first round pick a little bit less. HSG to the B, that Steelers wins looking mighty fine right now. Steelers are coming along, aren't they? We might come to find that that's a game where we beat the first place Pittsburgh Steelers at the end of the season. You hit the rest, but I think that, look, it's an impressive win. I'm not trying to take the knees out of it, but let's also look at what they've done this year. They beat the Jets, they beat the Patriots, they beat the Browns, and they beat the Vikings. And the Vikings game is impressive, though, of course, that was in Europe, I think. Right, so it was out across the seas, which makes it a little bit of a weird game. Carson Wentz was the quarterback for the Vikings, So I guess what I'm saying is it's like the Steelers have definitely gotten where they've gotten, but it's been a bit of an easier road and a pathway for them to get there. And then this is happening at the same point in time that the Cleveland Browns are the Cleveland Browns. The Baltimore Ravens lose Lamar Jackson. The Cincinnati Bengals lose Burrow. It's kind of like this year is really broken in well, there's Pumpkin. Hey, Pumpkin, you were having some requests. You were being requested. Yeah. Your presence is wanted, stage left. First pitch swinging. Mariners can't help themselves here. Foul back. Come on, Canzone. Can you do something? You're hitting 091 right now. Something, buddy. Just something. At least take some pitches, damn it. Hand zone. There we go. 1-1. Splitter a little high. 0 for 1 with a strikeout in the first. Savage with the wind. Batted right to the second baseman here. He will be easily thrown out at first. Mariners have had some black holes in this lineup in the postseason. Just you guys that there's no threat of them doing anything. Here comes Victor Robles. He's hitting 158. Postseason play here so far. You got a lineup of guys that are kind of due. I'm not talking about three of them. Man, you get them down into double digits on your batting average. I think you're getting pretty close to being due. We need one of Robles or Rosarina here to wake up. Ball 1. Savage, 60 pitches in the game. He has calmed down, steadied himself. Robles fouls this off, the left-hand side there. What is it, Kitty? What is it? Chris Olsen, first pitch swing is the nickname for this team. Boy, is it ever, man. You talk about a lineup just scared to death of getting into the depths of a pitch count. This one is it, 1 through 9. Good eye there by Victor. The problem is that you're not getting your pitch. It's not like every guy's sitting on a pitch and they're all getting their pitch at that point. The problem is you have guys just swinging at everything they're seeing and they're not bringing a plan to the plate. This ball fouled back. You know, if you have 6 guys and you have the first batter's looking for a fastball, sets him. Second guy comes up, he likes to throw me a splitter, throws you a splitter, hangs it. Third guy comes up, this guy likes to toss me sliders. I know that's what I'm going to be facing. That's when you're okay, first pitch swing, but these guys are just coming up hacking. 2-2. Bounce foul. Robles doing a good job of hanging tough here in this at bat. Robles lifts this out to center field for an easy play. Fly out number 2 on the board here. Manuel says, as a non-baseball watcher, how likely are the Mariners to progress in the playoffs? I think baseball is way too hard to predict on that, Manuel, because it's not really as much about like football would be in matchups and what you've done throughout the course of your season has a ton of carryover necessarily into this time of the playoffs. It's so much at this point in time of where you're at from a team standpoint, you know, health-wise, also just who's hot, who's not. Hot is really in baseball as much as anything that drives us in the postseason play. And Blue Jays came in this series maybe just a tiny bit hotter than the Mariners, I guess you could say. And then and they have the home field advantage coming into this. So there's one more game this year by about 4, I think. Low here, ball 2. JP, another guy in this lineup, just really, really, really struggling this postseason here. He's got himself at a 200 batting average. Of course, I guess compared to Dominic Enzone. Lifted out into left field here, skied out to him, and he will make the play out there. So another quick inning of work here for you, Savage. Game will remain tied up 3-3. Very hard to predict this type of stuff. It's literally coin flip. HHG's Portland's looking to get a Major League Baseball team, apparently. That makes some sense. I don't know if Major League Baseball is in a place to expand right now, but I would think that it makes a lot. Them as one of the teams at the top of the list. Chris says it's crazy how we went from control to zone to hack away. Yeah, they're just it's one of the maddening portions of modern baseball, but this lineup especially with me where they just They make it way too easy on the pitcher. Eugenio Suarez makes it way too easy on the pitcher. And for a guy that's played so much baseball to have so very little control of, what he's looking for and just wildly swinging at everything. These pitchers are so outstanding now with this just upper end stuff across the board that you really can't be like you maybe could in the old days that you're just sort of sitting and watching the pitch come out of the hands and that's what you're going to go with. You got to be a little more in the realm of like, all right, how's he going to work me? What's coming? Where in the part of the zone does he like to work me? Look for the pitch in that part of the zone. I see a lot of times our batters are just, you don't see that approach really being brought out at all. Like even a Naylor is so much different from the rest of this lineup. It stands in such contrast to how he approaches out there, how he stays alive in at bats. He'll get into the depths of counts. He's going to get the bat on the ball at times and it'll be a level stroke rather than trying to lift everything. I mean, you're seeing Crawford there lifting it up. It's like, just get a level stroke on the ball here, Brian Portland will not get a team, even with big money owner politics will keep it from happening. It might. There's always a lot of stuff that goes into where and how you do expand. I do think they'd be a very vibrant market for it. It's say they can do like East Portland towards Hillsboro area. That has a lot of land. Sorry, West Portland. They could make it work out there. I'm sure they could. It's going to be a good series, Tommy. It's going to be a hell of a good series. And we will be here every step of the way. All right, so the Mariners are making a little bit of a pitching change here. Interesting move by Dan Wilson, and probably a little too early for my taste. You finally get Logan Gilbert through a quick inning of work, and now you're going to go into the bullpen here. But maybe Dan's wants to keep maybe perhaps Logan fresh for later on in this series a little bit within this. But you only get sort of 3 innings of work out of him at that point. Kind of quick. 0-2. Bouncing ball here. Raleigh fielding his position well. Jumping out on that thing like a cat. Ooh. You okay, Cal? Boy, Cal he's grimacing getting up. Hopefully, can't lose Cal here. Oh, kind of fell awkwardly there. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hopefully Cal's okay. We cannot lose him. He looks in pain, though. He'll set back up here. Red face, trying to catch his breath there behind the dish. Or probably catch where you're hurt. Now you got to lean back and call the game routine. You can't just sit down in the outfield. This ball we lifted up, and then he's got to go over there and try to run and drag this thing down. 0-1 here. Great play by Cal there. Makes this quick football question. Brandon, do you think there's any stock left in Drew Aller, or do you think his stock fell to an all-time low? it's kind of wild to me, and I've got to eat a lot of this. We'll go. I'll get your question in just a sec on this. It's kind of a deep question to it. A 1-1 count here for Bizzardo, 1 man out. Bottom of the fourth, game tied up 3-3. A lot of the same stuff has happened between Drew Aller and Arch Manning, which has been kind of strange, which is just that these guys seem to be on such a trajectory and heading to this spot where not necessarily generational talent stuff, but just that they were on that spot. And I'm just reminded that this is already a lesson I've had to learn before in, counting on these guys to take that next step in their progression, that it's undoubted. There's no doubt about it. Strike 3 by Bizzardo with a sinker on the corner. Schneider doesn't like the call, but that's the zone today, Schneider. Rub your mustache and hope it feels better. Yeah, it looked a little groiny to me. Looked a little groiny to me there. Hopefully he's okay. We need him to be okay. The way the rest of this line, Cal and Julio might have to lift this whole lineup in through the rest of this postseason at this rate. So I'm in a kind of weird place with that, Klubnik hasn't maybe gone quite as far off, but he hasn't exactly lit it up either. 1-1 count here. Kitty. Kitties are lovey today. I was streaming all day, so I didn't give him a lot of pets. And they're like, you need some makeup time here, sucker. 2-1, slider in the dirt. Zardo working well here. He comes set. Ball will be lifted out in the air in the left field. The Rosarina's underneath it. And another quick inning of work for the Mariner pitchers. 1, 2, 3. Into the top of the fifth we go. Tied on up. So I'm a little bit in an unusual place with Aller on this way, and it's a little bit like Arch, where it's having you reset your outlook on these guys in a major way. I think he's probably going to, my guess would be he enters the portal and tries to find, kind of a well-stocked offense that can more maximize what he does. I think you do look at that Penn State offense and, what do they really have there? Skill position player, especially now that they lost Warren last year to really throw to. Not that gets him off the hook. But I think both with those two players, you get worried. It does confirm a little bit of that. You can have a college quarterback that has, I always look for lessons within this stuff more than just the individual evaluation on the player. And it's a confirmation too, to you needing to make sure that you weigh the most heavily for any quarterback, no matter what they have done in college up until that point, kind of that final year is, are you seeing progression? Are they hitting a little bit of a plateau? Is there some troubles there with work ethic? Is there some troubles there with holes within their game that seem almost a little bit irreparable a bit? These things you've got to be really keen to paying attention to. And you might have a guy who started a year or two and has put up a couple of really good years on the back of that. Sort of giving you two pieces of data as far as what to really take away. And so it's just goes to show you how hard it is, this quarterback position, to evaluate these youngsters coming out. It's part of why I'm just getting more and more hot to trot with John Schneider's approach of, let's go find one that's already had the development cycle go through and has advanced himself to where he's going to be getting to as a player, rather than waiting for that theoretical that may or may not come to be. Tommy says, how far do we push the bullpen tonight, having already stolen game one? Well, I think you're getting the answer right here with Bizzardo coming out in the fourth. I mean, you had the 7, 8, 9 hitters in the lineup for Toronto. I would have probably run out with Gilbert another inning at that point. And then you can go to Bizzardo into the fifth. You're in a little bit of a better position, but I get where Dan's coming from. He's looking at this game 3-3 with a chance to take 2 at home from them. He's like, ooh, baby. Joss's groin is one of those injuries that's very painful. It takes forever to heal, but you can play through it. Just sucks. Yeah, it just sucks. And it's not if that's what it is, he's got the groin kind of locking up on him a bit. That's not the only thing hurting on that body at this point in the season. A guy like Cal has caught all those games. Yeah, good point. Drew Aller is a Penn State quarterback, Justin. Kind of came into this season as looking as being a presumptive first-round pick, and he's kind of fallen off the board a little bit like Archie. You look at Archie and go, whoa. Holy man. I mean, Arch looks even worse than he did last year in the little bit of times he was out there. First pitch swinging again for the Mariners, bouncing into the shortstop. He's trying to come up and make a play, and he cannot quite make the play over there. Rosarina using his legs to get on. What is going on with Suarez? Oh my God, dude. Why are you sitting on the steps, moron? Get behind the screen. That's the point of the screen. Eugenio's like sitting on the steps. Are they going to try to get Eugenio for interference here? Why are you sitting on the stairs? Get behind the screen. Last night, too, with the card in the mouth thing, are players getting dumber at times? You're in the field to play at this point. And then you're not even in a position to get out of the way of the ball because you can't see what's happening? God, Eugenio's dumb as F. The thing that drives me most crazy about players is stuff they do that they can control entirely. And there's like, they do things for no reason. And you go, why did you do that? Why are you doing something for no, it's JSN yesterday spinning the ball at a guy's feet when he knows not to do it. It's the guy with the card in his mouth last night, Robles out in right field, who misplays a hop on a baseball because he's got the card in his mouth. I have Eugenio sitting in the dugout in the field of play now, causing this whole Zoom review thing now. And he's still sitting in the same effing place. And this is where it's like, if I'm Dan, I'm walking over to Eugenio. I'm like, hey, you comfortable? You good? Are you comfortable right now, right here? Are you good right here, Eugenio? Are you really comfy right here? And he's looking around like a dumbass, just like, the ball hit me and I didn't move. I know, Chris. Like, Jesus, oh, dude. Get off the steps. Get off the steps. So luckily we do get to keep the second base and we don't get interference on Eugenio there. That would have been a little maddening. But they're going to go ahead and intentionally walk Cal Raleigh now to first to get to Julio Rodriguez. So nobody out. Top of the fifth inning. Tied up 3-3. Yeah, you got him to challenge it, so maybe it's Eugenio with 4D chess. you're going to sit on the stairs, then be in a position to get off the stairs if the ball starts rolling to you and it's live. Stand down. Stand down. Yeah, let's get one more from Bizzardo. Cooper says Logan wasn't on his 100% normal rest. It would have been nice to get another inning of work, but can't get cute today with what's on the table. Understandable. Yeah, it's a good point with this. You are trying to preserve him into the getting a chance to get him back out there, start another game in the series, as you'll probably need. So you didn't give him the rest before. Got to be mindful of that. It's been a long year. Want to be careful. Daniel says one thing about baseball is how lazy they kind of are. Laughing out loud. It's the only team sport where you're just hanging out being a chill bro 70% of the time. It's true. It definitely has a methodical pace to it. What does my shirt say? My shirt says, straight out of Seattle. Doo-da-ba-ba, doo-ba-da-ba, doo-ba-doo-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. I was a white kid that grew up on NWA, so got to represent Seahawks. Chris says Naylor exemplifies the baseball player body. You may not like it, Chris, but that is the peak athletic Major League Baseball form. Another 3-run dinger here from Julio would be just what the doctor ordered. Tell you what, I'll take a serving of that, please, sir. First pitch strike outside part of the plate. Toronto Blue Jays make their first pitching change today. Luis Varland out here, 4-3 record on the season, 2.97 ERA. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Julio at the plate. Ball outside on the knuckle curve. That's what they want to get here, is they want Julio swinging at that knuckle curve. No doubt about it. One count. Swing and a miss right over the top of that fastball. He kind of gave you one there, Julio, at the top of the zone. I think Julio knows it. It's tough to hit that pitch. It's a little out of the zone, so he really located it well to make it hard to get on top of that thing, just by about an inch or two. He's going to come back with the knuckle now. No, came back with the fastball. Same spot. Trying to get him to bite on the same point there. 2-2. Julio's reached base in 5 of 6 plate appearances here this postseason so far. Now he'll come back with a knuckle curve, right? No, fastball, middle of the plate. I think Julio, like me, was thinking knuckle curve and got him on kind of surprised him on 2 straight fastballs there. Probably doesn't want to get to the 3-2 count. Doesn't want to walk Julio. Probably should be just thinking fastball instead. Just shocked him there a little bit with that pitch. 1 man out. Jorge Palanco up at the plate. 0 for 2 in this game. Struck out swinging and got on base on a fielder's choice. Outside. Ball 1. Definitely feels like you can kind of look for fastballs with this kid. He's going to lean with it. He pumps it up there at 99, so it's coming in with some heat and some movement. But you can at least be looking for the fastball. Foul back on the changeup, I say, as he throws in the changeup. All right. Okay. I'm hanging on the fastball if I'm Jorge. Come on, meat. Give me that heat. He did. He got him a 98 and he lifted it. That ball's carrying into deep center. That ball's going to be gone. Home run. Seattle Mariners, another 3-run shot into the Toronto night. Jorge sat on that fastball, got it dead red center of the plate, and he was able to get just enough lift and just enough power, hit to that same place in the portion of the park that we saw Eugenio hit it with that high side of the center field fence, able to clear the fence just barely over the top. Big time home run there by Jorge Polanco. And the Mariners take a 6-3 lead. You felt on that Julio at bat. He's kind of pumping some fastballs in here, man. He's giving a little healthy dose here. This is postseason. You got to work some different pitches here, my man. Coming in with the fastball, and it comes right back, knuckle curver to Josh Naylor, first pitch foul. And a great job by Jorge, the veteran who's been around the block many a time. You give him indicators. You give him things that he can look for in the bat. I talked earlier in this game about looking for your pitch. Bouncing ball here on a changeup, 1-1. Look for your pitch. Look for your pitch in a spot. Kind of be targeting that and then do something with it when you get it. And it kind of felt like Jorge did just that. Let's go, Jorge Polanco. 1-1 count here to Josh Naylor. Low. Ball 2. Woo! That's clutch, man. That's hella clutch. Naylor smashes this down the line, foul. Cool Breeze, Gino sacrificed his body for those 3 runs. Gotta do what you gotta do. Gotta take one for the team every once in a while. 2-2 count. Naylor stepping in there. Varland with a wind. Swing and a miss. Got him. Strike 3. What a swing by Palanco on that. Varland can't believe Palanco got enough on that to clear the fence, I think. He was blown away there. Eugenio takes a first pitch slider on the outside part of the plate. I was surprised too. I didn't know he had enough lift on that when that thing hit that. It looked like maybe he could get that to the fence, but he got that thing cleared. Swing and a miss by Eugenio Suarez, 0-2. Come on, Gino. Outside. Oh, this ump. You're going to squeeze the zone early in the game, and now you're going to widen it back out now? This ump is garbage. Decide on what you want to do. Squeeze the zone or let it loose and free. But don't do both. So the Mariners go down here, 5th inning. But all that being said, the damage was tremendously done as you got 3 more runs back here. Probably going to try to get another one out of Bavardo to get through 5. And then, of course, then we start to get closer and closer to the turn of 7, 8, 9, Spire, Brash, Munoz. But you got to get through the next 2 innings to get to the 7th. Let's see if this Mariner team can do it. Michael Myers batting stance. Geek, if we win this game, is that the most games we've won in the ALCS I think so. You're asking my old brain to remember something from far, far long ago, in a time that we had forgotten. Yeah, Tez, Palanco's probably been the hero so far of the postseason, though. I think you got to give props, too, to both with Julio and Cal doing their thing, because this has definitely been a lineup-centric around with the Tiger series and this series around a couple of guys kind of getting the job done, and a lot of the other guys not getting anything close to the job done. Josh says if he winds the zone while we're up by 3, I'm fine with that. Me too, Josh. Let's just keep that zone wide. Now we go to the other side of things here. If we're going to stretch out our legs here into the 5th, let's stretch out our legs. You know what I mean? Ems can do this, MJ. Ems can do it. And folks, if you can for me today, hit that like button. It's a big deal. Helps me show up on people looking for Mariner content right now for people covering this game. You can help those folks out by hitting that like button, helping me show up on the old algorithm in that way. I really appreciate it. Tommy says Randy's been kind of clutch too, getting on base tonight. Indeed, finding a way, which is, I got to give Randy props in this respect of things. He is working counts. I think he got to 2, 3, and 2 counts here before his third at bat. I want to say it was there. Yeah, before his third at bat, he had worked 2, 3, and 2 counts. You want your opening hitter to be doing that. Be a problem when you get on base. Find a way to get on there. Kickstart that inning. It's good to see. Megan, thank you for the $10 donation, Megan. She says, the Hawks Nest. I've broken out the BTTF Sydney shirt. First wear today. Have to get out of here for my meeting, but hope to be back in a couple hours if you're here. Well, sounds good, Megan. First pitch strike here from Bavardo. I really appreciate your double donos today and all your support. Member as a channel, mod as a channel. We should probably be back here. We're going to go to the end of the game and have probably a sharp cutoff at that point of it, but have a good one out there. And again, don't work too hard on that. Don't work too hard out there. Appreciate you. Sydney shirt, huh? Bavardo, 1-1 count. Swing and a miss. Naylor able to field it. He falls down. Boy, Naylor's, I think, in a little bit of pain right now. Great job fielding that play. He says, I'm all right. My man can field his position. We've got to find a way to retain Josh Naylor after this year. We got to do it. Great play over there. Quickly, one man down. Let's not show a replay of this, by the way. Luke's up at the dish now. Having a good day at the plate, 2 for 2. Boy, what a stab there by Naylor. And then a great throw over there after that. Backhand, lays out for the ball, flips it back to the covering Bizzardo to get the first out of the inning. Big first out in this inning at that. It's a split game here to me. It's 2 innings to the 3 if you can get here. Come on, Bizzardo. 1-1 pitch. Smacked out into right field for a base hit. Luke's 3 for 3. Showing you how much of his presence they missed in the lineup last game when he had to go out with that little ball hit off his thigh. What you want to see here with Guerrero and the big boys coming up here in the lineup. Got to be careful. Got to be very careful. Guerrero 0 for 2 in this game. 2 ground outs. Zardo with the first pitch. Strike, 95 at the knees. And sometimes it feels like with Guerrero, get away with sort of sneaking in that first pitch strike, that he's going to be a first pitch take kind of guy. Fouled back, 0-2. Runner on first, bottom of the fifth inning, one man out. Mariners are up 6-3 with a 1-0 lead in this series. Sardo going to try to get him to chase here. Foul back the sinker. Still will remain 0-2. Bizzardo with 21 pitches here through an inning and a third. This is just off the plate with a sinker there. Ball one. Swing! Ooh, he almost got him. Beautiful slider there. Had him chasing far off the plate. Can't believe Guerrero's got that ability of his father to get the bat on the ball on pitches he has no business. They are both two free swingers themselves. He's better than his dad. His dad would hit balls off the ground. But all the same, beautiful pitch by Bizzardo there. Check swing. Did he get him to go? No. Well pitched at bat here by Bizzardo to Guerrero. That's a really good pitch. Both those back to back. I think he went. Bizzardo got a big old smile on his face. He thinks he went too. Bouncing ball here. Bizzardo up with it. Bare hands it like a badass and then throws over to Josh Naylor. Smart of him to barehand that thing. I don't know if you have time for it to get into your glove, pull it out of your glove, and then throw it over because it's so softly hit. He just barehands that thing, collects it back, and then launches it over and does a good job not just throwing it, but making sure he gets his hand on it, puts it back in the mitt, and then throws it. Well done on his part. Fielding this position, 2 men out. Bizzardo comes set. Foul back. Barger up at the plate here. 0 for 2 in this game. Ooh, all right. So the zone's now not widened? Okay. The ump's back to squeezing the zone here. Okay. This umpire today has been not too great. Last inning, he widened the zone back out. Now he's closing the door back up again here. I agree, Tommy. The strike zone's like an accordion right now. Figure out what you are not going to call today, Blue. 1-1. Bouncing ball, foul, 1-2. I'm so happy we got robo-umps coming into this game next year. It's going to be so good for baseball. All right, Bizzardo trying to get out of this inning. Clean up with 2 innings of work. Do his job on the day. Working to the 4-hole hitter in this lineup. Inside with a sinker. 2-2. Trash can looming on deck. Bizzardo comes set. Bouncing ball back to Bizzardo. He's up with it. Underhands it to Naylor. And that is out number 3. The Mariners clear through another inning of work. Great job by Bizzardo. That is a degree of difficulty that can't be understated into this inning. Second inning of work as a reliever. Going through the top of that lineup, the heart of that order. And clearing house through that without any damage done after you just grabbed a 3-run lead. Momentum is a real thing. It's a real feeling even in baseball. Nice the way that this is moving here. Let's go. Want to do one more roll of this, folks. Please, we just want to give a shout out to the sponsor of this show. We got a couple sponsors, of course, Sleeper, but another sponsor of the show is going to be TickPick today. TickPick is rolling. And I want to roll this one thing for you guys real quick one more time. So please hang with this. I'll be right back. Let's give a shout out to the show to TickPick, though. I don't know about you guys, but one of my biggest pet peeves is hidden fees when it comes to buying sports tickets. A little bit extra here, a little bit extra there. Oh, sorry, sir, just one more surcharge. Why can't the price I pay be the price I saw listed? If only there was an app where these fees didn't exist. Which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, TickPick, a huge shout out. With over 20 million downloads, TickPick has you covered. NBA, NFL, concerts, festivals, you name it, they got it. TickPick provides the lowest prices, guaranteed. Oh, and no fees. What you see is what you pay. The NFL's in full swing, the NBA's just around the corner, and Major League Baseball playoffs are in the thick of it. Now is the time to lock in the best app in the game at finding you the right ticket at the best price. I love using TickPick. Last year, I was supposed to go to the opening game of the football season with my buddy who was also bringing those tickets, but he bailed on me at the last second and I was left to scrambling. I thought I was going to be up the creek without a paddle, but I fired up the TickPick app, was able to find a really nice seat by utilizing their high seat rating, which just looks at the combination of price and seat quality to get you that best bang for the buck. And I was able to go to the game and experience an incredible game at that. TickPick has your back. Each ticket bought is backed by the buyer trust guarantee so that you can trust your seat is legit. And of course, I've got a code for you guys. When you use code HMA, get $20 off your first set of tickets with TickPick on a purchase of up to $100. That's $20 off any tickets when you use promo code HMA. Make sure you click the link in the description section to download the app and have the code automatically added to your account so you can use it later. Thank you, TickPick. Sorry about the sniffling in the background, guys. My allergies are acting up with the change of seasons, so I'm doing my best to not blow it into the actual mic, but the mic seems to pick it up even when I'm 20 feet away from the mic for some reason. Not sure. You guys got some dirty minds. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance today, folks. I would really appreciate it. Sub on up maybe too. We got Mason Flaherty. Top of the sixth inning for the Mariners. Mitch Garver out, taking over for Dominic Canzone, and he's going to go quickly 0-2. Both Carver and Canzone basically have the same at-bats every time. It's quickly 0-2, and then usually a meager swing on the third strike, where it's just like a little batted ball to shortstop if it's Garver, and then it's to second base if it's Canzone. Canzone lifts this up to center field. That ball's carrying. That ball's off the wall. Let's go, Garver. Garvey up, and he's going for third, and he's going to get himself a triple. I take back everything I said. Garver, you beautiful human being. You wonderful bald man. Thing just kind of kept carrying. It's almost like Robles is hit, where it just sort of just kept going and going and going and going. Center fielder couldn't get a track on this thing. I mean, Varsho misplayed the hell out of that in center field. It really shouldn't be a triple. He just couldn't get, it's almost like he couldn't find the ball in the air. Isn't Garver the slowest guy on our team? I think he is, David. What a weird way after, especially early in this game. Remember the center fielder made that Superman dive play out in center and then comes back and just completely loses track of the ball. Wow. Nobody out. Nobody out. The clubhouse is, they're pumped up. All right, Victor, let's get this in, man. 0-2. Got to be careful at third base here, too. Don't get thrown out at home with nobody out. High. Ball 1. Robles 0 for 2 today. Really struggling at the dish right now. Come on, Victor. Batted hard right at the third baseman. He's up with it and throws him out. Good job by Garver to be not getting too far off the third base there. All right, JP. Good news with JP is that if he wants to lift one out in the outfield, he can usually do that. We're going to get Rivas running for Garver here at third base. Try to get a little bit more speed on the base pads here. As David was mentioning earlier, this is maybe our slowest base runner in Garver, and you do not want an in-between fly ball to the outfield not to be able to score Rivas here. Certainly the extra run to 4 runs here would factor in very huge for the Mariners if they can get it. 1 man out, top of the 6th. Mariners up 6-3. Las Vegas 50, how you doing? High, ball 1. JP 0 for 2 with a pop-up and a fly out. Lefty on lefty here. 1-1. Low. Ball 2. All right, look for a fastball here. Something you can drive. Threw him a sweeper there. Didn't give in. Fouls it back. Outside. Good eye by JP. 3-2. Not just going up there trying to swing at anything here. Randy Arozarena on deck. Flaherty comes set. Fouls it back. Still not giving him in here. He's not giving the fastball. It's all sorts of junk he's throwing at JP here. Crawford trying to give them one more run here for this bullpen to clear this thing up down the stretch. Flaherty looks in. Crawford waggling the bat. Hits it off the end of the bat. Ball's dying on the vine, and it will fall in for a base hit. Rivas comes home. He will score. Crawford coming up clutch at a great time. Him and Naylor show in this game sometimes. Just get the bat on the ball. Sometimes just good things happen when you don't strike out. And you can just put it in play. 3-2 count, staying alive. Fights off a tough pitch there. Outside part of the plate. Saw the Blue Jay hitter do this early on in the game too as well. Just kind of throw that barrel at the ball. See if something good can happen. Let's go. Blue Jays will make a pitching change. Mariners will take a 7-3 lead. Ooh, Let's go.
It's hot and sweaty and stanky.
It's going to get nerve-wracking here down the stretch of this thing. An opportunity to get greedy and take 2. MJ Daniel M's can get back to Seattle 2-2-0. I'm kind of getting excited. Ooh. Cool Breeze, yeah, 0 of the talking head analysis gave us a shot. I mean, last night you could hear it. I was listening to both kind of different sides, different telecasts of it that were talking about it, and just everybody was just like completely befuddled how we could have taken that first game. It was just, no, how could you? This isn't even possible. Brewers in our World Series would be sick. I think Milwaukee the one that took the Pilots. So this is would be also a revenge series because we could come out and take down the Milwaukee Brewers for stealing our original baseball franchise. I think I got that right. They're going to find out about the Mariners, says Empower. Preach. Preach, Empower. Let them know. You let them know. So cool to see him get that run in. That could end up factoring in very big here. Rosarina up, first pitch swinging here. Blue Jays dipping back into the bullpen. Mariners were able to chase Savage from the game after 4 innings and 5 earned runs. Varland with 1 earned run. Flaherty with 1 earned run. So they've gotten after all 3 pitchers today for the Toronto Blue Jays. Why are we showing a turkey being cut? This is not necessary. Just show the game. This is postseason baseball. I don't care about a freaking turkey. And you're cutting it like a man that doesn't understand how to use a knife. This is not riveting stuff, guys. All right, now what are you going to do with the turkey? Oh, you're going to cut it in half. Ooh. So wild. Ooh. Oh, you're going to cut it into slices. Okay. 1-2 pitch here to Randy. Foul back. That man's never cut a turkey in his life. I'll tell you that. In his life. Runner on first. 1 man out. 1-2 count to Randy. 1-2 on this game. Takes ball 2. Good job not getting too jumpy there, my man. Don't get too jumpy there, Randy. 2 runs in this game for him. Single, hit by a pitch. Finding ways to get on from the leadoff rung of things. Oh, there, right. So now, okay. This umpire strike zone is wild. I don't know. I'm through 6 innings, and I don't know on the outside part of the plate what is and what is not a strike right now. It is floating and changing inning by inning on this one. That's tough on Randy. Ooh, Cal just blisters this ball into the second deck. Foul. 0-1. Cal with a walk. Intentional walk at that, and another just traditional walk here. 0-1, he'll step in. High outside. 2 men down now. Runner on first. Mariners already with a run in here in this inning, up 7-3. They're really proud of this turkey. strike. What is with these guys? What is the calls? Oh my God, this ump is starting to stress me out. I'm starting to get stressed out by the ump. Are they just supposed to swing? What? It's 2.5 inches off the plate. Blue? This wide zone better start coming in for our relievers here next couple innings. Check swing by Cal, didn't go. 2-2 count. You can see on the pitch tracker with it, it's off the zone. He's not even close on this. It's not black. It's 2 inches off. Two pitch. Swing and a miss on the slider there. Swung right underneath it, and he'll get out of the inning with any more damage done, but the Mariners do tack on one. Another turkey shot. Mariners will go here into the bottom of the 6th inning. 7-3 lead. 4 innings away from being able to go get a 2-0 win if this bullpen can hold it up. Gilbert worked 3 innings. Pizzardo's worked 2. See what the Mariners do here for the start of this next inning. You got Alejandro Kirk out. Good news here, too, is that the next couple of innings you get to work through kind of, I think, especially into the 6th, sort of 7th-ish area, you get to work through if you can just kind of get right through the lineup, the middle to bottom portion of the lineup. Only having to maybe face the middle of that order one more time in this game. Looks like Vargas is going to come out here for the Mariners. Richard says 4-run lead. Who could be stressed? This lineup in the Blue Jays, man. Davis says the Mariners get to eat turkey on the pitcher's mound or at home plate if they win. Both. You take the first 2 games of this series, it should be both. Corey says, "Oh no, not Vargas. It'll be a quick hook here. I guarantee you, if he doesn't get it done fast, he ain't gonna be given like 2-3 hitters to go through here. There's 1 inning. Come on, Vargas. Doesn't have to be a pristine inning. Just get us through this to the 7th. We can Gabe it. We can brash it. And then it's time for Senor Smoke. Which was at least Canada has something to celebrate, eh? Yeah, Tommy, I'm with you, man. The Jays can put up runs so fast. You need to lock this down and don't play. If Vargas is going to be the call here, and you're a little cute with going to Vargas here, I get it. But okay, Vargas comes out. It's a quick hook here from you. We do it, Dan. This turns into a high leverage situation. Then you go to your high leverage guys here. 4 more innings here. Come on, Mariners.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Quick inning would do wonders, Justin. Four-run lead here, Carlos. Throw strikes, make them swing the bat, especially as you're going through the bottom of the lineup here. 5-5. Record on the year, 3.97 ERA. Carlos. First pitch. There we go, ump. Okay. Ump, you're being consistent. You gave us a little bit of a wider strike there. Okay. It's going both ways. I no longer am freaking out about the umpire. Nice wide strike first pitch. Nice high strike second pitch. Is the ump just trying to go home? The ump wants to get out of here. He's like, they got this. 0-2 count. Vargas looks in. Comes set. Foul back, 100-mile-an-hour heater there on the sinker. Boy, a sinker with 100 miles an hour on the back of it. Whew, good luck getting that pitch, especially at the bottom of the zone. Oh, 2. Cutter outside. Ball 1. Varsho. Vargol. Foul back, 1-2. I'm told the technology is supposed to come in next year, Daniel. It's supposed to be the last year of the manual ones. One and two. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. 2-2. All right, don't play with him here, man. Come on. Don't play with him. Make him swing. 2-2 pitch. Batted foul. Two. Batted off the end of the bat here. Gathered up by Palanco, and he will easily throw him out at first. There we go. Out number 1. Let's go. Just what the doctor ordered. Varsho, 0 for 2. Ew. That whole delivery looked weird. Ball 1, high on the cutter. Stay after him here, Carlos. Low. Just missed hitting him there. D-Nugget says, I just bought a ticket to the game tomorrow. YOLO Mariners. Let's go, D-Nugget. Holmes, I think it's still human ump, but you can challenge. Well, that's good. As long as they're just getting closer to the automated umps. There's really no reason for these manual umps anymore. It just isn't. There's no, like, charm to them out there necessarily. Batted foul. I feel bad for the umps losing the job, but it's like, look, technology can do it better than technology can do it better. Win in life. It's not like with NFL referees where there's so much arbitrary nature to the calls. You can get it right, you know. Swing and a miss on the sinker. Nice pitch there. 2-2 count on Vargas. Come on, man. Don't get cute now. Go after him here, Carlos. Trust your stuff, man. He comes set. Fouls it up and back. Good job staying alive by Varsho. Yeah, 99-mile-an-hour sinkers. Geez. Especially when you hit it to the bottom of the zone. You know, you got a chance on it if it's going to be belled high. But you put that thing at the bottom of the zone. Good freaking luck. 2-2 pitch. High. Ball 3. Come on, man. Don't walk. No walks here with a 4-run lead. I'm sorry. Even if you got a groove one, I don't care. Make them swing the bat. This ball's hit hard, but foul. It's going to remain 3-2 here. Two pitch, hit hard, deep to right field on the warning track where it will fall there. And that's just to my point why. Because even if you groove one, even if he hits one, he's still got to hit it right. He's still got to poke that thing out. Make him go earn it at that point. Don't give him the free passes. Make him take everything they're grabbing on that. Great job here by Vargas. 2 quick outs here in this inning. That'll bring up Clement. 7-hole hitter. Swing and a miss. 0-1. Bouncing ball foul, 0-2. Great job, Vargas. Great job, kid. Getting out ahead of these things here this way. Going after them. Trust your stuff. Love this. Vardo and him have been just awesome. Vargas comes set. 0-2 count. Outside ball. Trying to get him to bite there. 1-2. Hit up into the air. Lifted to center. Julio's underneath it. Julio's got it. Out number 3. Let's go. Hell yes. Yes, yes, yes. Retired down in order, Bavardo. Vargas, 3 innings of work against this explosive TNT-like lineup from the Toronto Blue Jays. No runs, 1 hit, 3 innings of work. Bavardo did the 2 innings before, and then Vargas. That's a great combination there between the two. I said Bavardo. I did say Bavardo. I meant Bizardo. I had a long day of streaming. The mouth's not working well today. Right, it's a beautiful day. If not for this game, we'd be out hiking. Me too, man. I'd be out there going some long walks today as well. But this is some riveting stuff right here. And what's really good about this is just kind of an extra layer to this. If you want to look at this, you can see with the lineup, you've taken Clement out in that inning. So now you get to go Schneider, Jimenez, and then back to Springer at the top of the lineup. So you get through 7, then you can start 8 out in the middle of the order. And again, only having to face the middle of the order one more time in this game, getting back to the bottom of the order a second time in this game as it's kind of set up. If you can kind of keep things in control here. Maybe making the job just a tiny itty bitty bit easier for the Mariners. Flying Sabbath, how you doing? Have a great evening, everyone. Go Hawks, go M's. You too as well. Falcons up 7-0 on the Bills. Zang. Drake London getting the job done out there. All right, so we're going to get Julio Rodriguez stepping up to the dish for the Mariners. You have an opportunity here still to throw some more tack on if you want. Boy, that'd be nice to extend this thing away and just not give him a chance, wouldn't it? Again, for me, folks, please do hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. We're going to have people looking for Mariners coverage here, both for the course of the next few days as we come back home to play in Seattle, and also potentially maybe if this team can get on to the World Series. So hitting that like button right now can help show up on the old algorithm and present me out there, and I'd really appreciate it. Justin says, boo, Falcons. Let's end this game, Steven. Cool Breeze says, Julio's about to knock another and bat flip. We see Laundry taken back. Let's go. How shocking if you could get the two-game series lead here. Oh, baby. Y2KHA, thank you for the $2 donation, as well as being a member of the channel. I appreciate you for that. He says, Jorge F.N. Polanco, the GOAT. Ball 1 to Julio.
Enough said.
Enough said, man. Enough said. Second baseman knocking dongs in the postseason like this, with this lineup already set as it is. Very nice. Curveball bounced back there by Julio. 1-1. Enough said, man. He's getting it done. He is handling some business. Julio steps out here. Needs to sort of take a breath here and get his armor relocked back in the right thing, the right way. One and two pitch. Off the end of the bat, foul. Probably getting a breaking ball here, Julio. He does. It's a gnarly curveball there. That thing had had the traditional hook, signed winding action to it of a nice curveball, and I think Julio was maybe looking for something else. So he will go down. Out number one here for the Mariners. Top of the seventh, up 7-3. Julio with a 1-for-3 day and a 3-run homer. Starting this day off right for the M's. Palanco smashes this down the right field side. He remains red hot with a base hit. 2-for-4 day for him, including a 3-run home run. Mariners seeing if they can put a couple more up on the board here. Let's just take their spirit away. Let's take their will away. Let's give them no hope. The worst thing you can do to a man is remove his hope. Barbara, this ump does need an eye exam. I would not be surprised if it's announced after this game he's got cataracts. Early stages. Just saying. 1-0 count here to Josh Naylor. He's had some odd at-bats today. He's been able to just sort of carve his way out with a couple of hits. Bad strikeout in his last at-bat, just sort of waving at pitches. But he's got 2 hits on the day. He doesn't need perfect swings to still come out the end of out the good side of it on these days. Curveball. Fisher's throwing a couple of nice ones. That was similar to the one that was thrown to Julio there. Strike. Especially on a 2-0 count. You're looking fastball from Josh's standpoint. So you're just like, yeah, I'll take that. Throw it for a strike. 2-1, runner on first. 1 man down. Comes with another curveball and again is able to get it over for a strike. Good job by Fisher getting back into this count. Those are 2 tough pitches. Curve is tough to get over there for a strike like that. Not giving it to Naylor, though. Doesn't want to give him a fastball here. Something straight he can hit. Predicted I was willing to give Naylor a contract when we were back in the last series. Just come down the dugout and hand it to him. Be like, here you go. Another curveball. He does not want to give in to Naylor. He's not want to give Naylor a fastball here. So he's gotten 2 curveballs over with a strike off of a 2-0 count. Now he's gone to another curveball for the 3rd straight pitch, but he can't get it over for a strike. Naylor's still going, I'm not swinging at your stupid ass curveball. Does he finally give in here? Nope. Throws him a slider and he hammers it. That ball's going back. That ball going back and it's gone. Home run. Seattle Mariners Naylor. I don't want none of your curveball. Give me something else. No. I said, give me something else. I said, no. Give me something there. I gotta do this right.
I said no. Give me something else.
Handed him a slider and he sent that into the right field seats. Naylor putting this game up and away for your Mariners here. 9-3. He raises the trident to the fans in Toronto and maybe turns over a little middle finger too. Beautiful swing. Waits for his pitch, gets it, hanging slider, and he just rips that into the seats. Interesting decision to come back with a slider off the curve there. As you can see, that slider doesn't have nearly the kind of bite on it from his standpoint with Fisher that the curveball had. Interesting decision on his part to make that choice and go in that way with it. Yeah, sign Josh to all the years and all the money. There's no question on this one. You might have a revolt to Poto at this point if you don't do that. And he swung out of his shoes. That's one of those moments where you're like, we got a 7-3 lead. I got a 3-2 count. I think I'm going to finally get a little fat pitch after this guy's been twizzling with me on this at bat with some of these pitches. I'm sending this to the moon. Let's go. This is simply wonderful. Simply wonderful. Richard says, take out the checkbook. It's a done deal. Yeah, I don't know how you don't do it at this point. He's just great addition into this lineup. And part of why you're here right now is the Mariners finally did this trade deadline, bringing on guys, moves they wouldn't have made in the past. They somehow were able to stuff themselves through the eye of the needle and getting these deals done because you got Naylor, you got Eugenio here, you got some of that shot in the arms that you needed. You've been able to bring in a Randy Rosarina, Jorge Polanco, adding in these kind of players to really lengthen out this lineup and not having to sacrifice the farm system in order to do it, not having to put it all in on today to make this happen, which all the more you got to give so much props to Dipoto to be able to pull this off. 0-1 count here to Eugenio inside 1-1. One man down here in the top of the seventh. Mariners are working this Toronto bullpen through the first two games of this series. Already now their fourth reliever in this game. Inside, ball two, didn't bite. Every single reliever today for the Toronto Blue Jays has given up a run. The Mariners have gotten after all of them. Outside, good eye by Eugenio. Make him throw you a pitch. Stay locked in. Toronto Blue Jay crowd looking shell-shocked. I think I just saw a guy straight shoot syrup in the stands. He's shotgunning syrup. Maple. Blue Jay fans just, they look like they can't. There's this, what's going on? What is happening here? They're showing the sad children faces and the old men. We're like, this was my only hope. Rivas up now. He'll take a low strike here. Came into pinch run for Garver, who came into pinch hit for Dominic Canzone. Leo Rivas, 1 for 3 this postseason. Hitting .244 on the year. Runner on first, 0-1 count. Top of the seventh inning. The wind inside, 1-1. Rivas comes from that Nomar Garcia par of about 75 ticks between each at bat. Redo the gloves, touch your elbows, touch your wrists. 1-1, outside, 2-1. 2-1 pitch. Inside. Ball 3. I'll take another walk here. Richard says, I can get used to this. Amen. Amen. 3-2 count here. I wonder if you have the runner running on this pitch. Low. Move. Not what you wanted from Rodriguez coming into this game for the Blue Jays. You come right into walk 2 guys here, already down 9-3. They're going all the way back to show Randy Rosarena's pitch in the first inning and act like that was the big factor in this game is the pitch that pitch the ump missed. That was the one that was the big factor telecast. Yeah, really? All right, Victor Robles up 0-for-3. It's a good pitch. Nice slider on the outside part of the plate there. Low, ball 1. Yeah, Jordan, I feel like the strike zone thing has gone both ways in this one. You can find that one pitch from the first inning, but I can show you about 4 other pitches to our guys in this one too. It's been where the strike zone's been throughout the whole course of the game. 1-1, low, ball 2. Rodriguez right now is just really struggling to find his location. Blue Jays have another reliever yet working up in the pen. You're down 3-9 here you come out and you tell the guy too, just pump some strikes in here. Get him to swing the bat. 3-1. And not giving in with the breaking ball either just to make sure you can get the strike over. I guess deadly concerned about throwing Robles a fastball here. Eventually you got to give in, don't you? Four-seam fastball, and he just can't find it. Ball 4. And the Blue Jay fans start to stand up and head for the exits. Beat the traffic. Beat the traffic. J.P. Crawford up. Julio with a 3-run home run. Jorge with a 3-run home run. Josh Naylor with a 2-run home run. All you really need now is just that grand salami to bring it all together, don't we? Are they making another pitching change? The bullpen for the Blue Jays is having a day. All right. So we're going to go to our 6th Blue Jay reliever in still not having even completed 7 innings here for them. Bissett will come into the game, but every single Blue Jay reliever today has struggle bust through this day. Go home, eat some turkey, and go to bed, y'all, says BK. That's it. You know it would go good with that turkey, as Charlie brings up. You know what would go good with that turkey? A little rye with a little extra mustard, huh? I know it's a salami, but you can put a little turkey on that salami. For Canada's sake, for Canada's sake. Says I'm legally blind. I could call a far more consistent, better game behind home plate. Yeah, it's been a yikesers today. I'll give him this. It's been mainly pretty even either side, but it's like also, come on, Blue. This is the playoffs, man. You can't have this many blown over the course of a game. Even the Seattle's been screwed over far too long. We will take this. You would know we will take this. Joe says, I think the 2025 Mariners have more of a Cinderella quality than the 2013 Hawks, but they may both be champs. Beautifully put on your part, Joe. I would agree with you. I mean, that Seattle team that was coming into 13 was really looked at, I think, as much as the team that was going to be one of the forefront teams to push for a Super Bowl. And you've seen in them that they were ready to stand up as one of those top teams. This year coming into it, I think there was a little bit more of a question coming back to the Mariners. Did this lineup really have enough? You knew the starting pitching did. Could Julio come forward? Nobody saw Cal Raleigh season really coming to that degree. You thought he could hit 30 bombs, but you didn't know he'd hit 60. And were the Mariners going to be willing to make trades at the deadline to lengthen this lineup out and give it what it vitally most needs to allow it to take it that next step? The answer all across the board was yes, and I think that does make it a Cinderella quality as much as anything else. Well said on your part. Swedish, this game feels for the Jays what the Dave Justice home run off Arthur Rose was to the 0-1 M's. It was demoralizing. Does kind of have a bit of that feel here so far, yeah. First pitch from Bissett is going to be a strike on a sinker there. Right in over the middle portion of the plate. Crawford stepping in here. 1 for 3. Nice ribby in the last at bat for him. Bouncing foul, 0-2. Trying to see you get one more here, take it to 10-3. You'd love to get greedy and say, give me a home run, but just give me even a fly out here could go. Finish just, the doors are already kind of closing. You can feel the latch just about sinking in. But you do feel like that would definitely shut it, and you bring up the little chain lock. High, 1-2. Or sorry, 2-2. Excuse me. J.P. Crawford, pretty good with the careers. Bases loaded. He's hitting .373 with 6 grand slams in his career with the bases loaded. So he pretty clutch, usually. Fouls off a 4-seamer there. Stays on that pitch. I think he had some smoke on it there. JP standing tall. Do like the grittiness of this Mariner team overall. High. 3-2. Crawford turning this count his favor. Nowhere left to go. If I'm Dan here, I might have these guys just run with the pitch. Remove the double play possibility. Ball hit foul. Cutter staying alive. You can't really do that. I'm sorry. He strikes out. You just tagged the guy at home. That's dumb. Just looking to get aggressive here. I take all that back. Can't have the guy just strike out at home, especially the top line coming back up. 3-2 pitch. JP. Ooh. I think he hit that off his instep there. Goes down to a knee. He might need a minute here to kind of catch his breath. 3-2 pitch. The wind, the delivery. Hit up into the air, into center, right at him. Is it hard enough? Suarez on his horse, trying to get home in time, and he will. Let's go. That'll do. That'll definitely do. Mariners take another run lead here in this one, so they are now up 10-3. Good piece of inning by JP. I love small ball. Gives me a baseball Woody. Hell of an at-bat there. Yeah, he had to grind it out to get to the pitch that he could drive out there to center. JP put it together on that one. Nicely done on his part. Swing and a miss to Randy Arozarena here. Randy, 1 for 3 in this game with 2 runs. He had 167 in the postseason. Nice sweeper there, right on the black. Strike 2. Swing and a miss on the cutter. Got him to swing at that one a little wildly. But Mariners continue to be able to just add run after run after run here. Blue Jay fans throwing up their hands. They don't know what the hell's going on. Man, Rosarita just swung at everything. It's the lineup, man. They'll do that. Man, the Asian guy was big mad. Yeah, he was. Great. There's some great shots of the fans they're catching here on the telecast right now. 9 more outs, Justin. 9 more outs. Wonder if you do feel a little bit of a draw here to at least try to bring out Vargas for a partial amount of this next inning. I know there's a little bit of a pull to go, okay, I'll just go Spire, Brash, Munoz. Maybe you just kind of maybe just stretch it into like Vargas goes 1 more, come back to Spire, then just come back to even Brash to finish it up, reserve Munoz. I mean, hell, you got the 7-run lead. It's not exactly a situation where you need your closer out there at that point. Especially after he worked last night. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance for me, folks. I would really, 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 really appreciate it. Helps the channel grow and show. Mariner bullpen in this series so far is absolutely been wonderful. Completely just great. DeZillis' baseball Woody along with some TickPicks. That's right. They go hand in hand. Buddy Johnson, Brandon, you should stream the Seattle Kraken games. I have thought about it a little bit, buddy. The only thing with the hockey thing is I just don't have any history with hockey. I'd just be sitting there looking at it going, that guy whacked that thing good. You know, it'd be a lot of that probably going on from my perspective. I'm just not really well acquainted with hockey too much. But maybe at some point, I've had a few requests for it, so maybe it's time for me to start learning. Great suggestion. Joseph, our bats and our pitching both come together for 2 weeks. We'll go all the way. I was saying earlier on the stream, it's an unusual sport. Basketball, a lot of teams, the team that wins the championship is going to be the best team. Who was the best team through the year? Good chance it's going to be that team at the end on this, the way this can play out. I think at football, it has a little bit of shades of baseball at times where sometimes it's a little bit about the team that is hot in the playoffs, but I think more often than not, you do see those elite teams be the ones that eventually do then get to the Super Bowl, that the cream of the crop rises from where it's been in the regular season. And I like this move by Dan. He indeed is going to go out here with Vargas for another inning. Why not? You got the 8-9 hitter in the lineup here for the Blue Jays. Why not? If it gets a little bit dodgy, hit on the ground here to shortstop Crawford. He's up with it, and he will throw Schneider out for out number 1. But I think this is very smart by Dan. You want those guys on high leverage situations. If you can do some preservation here, you do some preservation. I'll try to look into getting maybe some Kraken stuff going if you guys are down on that. I gotta figure out how to, like I said, it's gonna be a lot of me. You're gonna have to bear with me then with a lot of like learning the rules and all that stuff with it. But I know that's fan base is really growing locally in that way. Andres Jimenez, the 9-hole hitter up here now. Let's get the 2 out here. Bizardo quickly in the 7th. Let's go, buddy. Get back to the top of the lineup with 2 outs and nobody on. Vargas, he's worked a inning and a third here, 24 pitches. Took over for Bizardo. He's throwing strikes. Here we go. This umpire. Oh, Lordy. You're a wild man. I like you. I like you, Blue. You're crazy, man. I like you, but you're crazy. Hit foul. Umpire's been trying to get out of here since the 5th inning. Woo! Umpire was like before the game, fill it up again. Fill it up again. Low, 3-2. Come on, buddy. Don't walk him now, man. 9-hole hitter. Make the 9-hole hitter swing the bat. He's going to want to grind out a base hit. He ain't going to want to swing that thing. Groove it on up. Groove it on up. Down the middle. Let him swing that bat. Let him put him in play and get the out. Groove it on up. Walked him. Richard, I'm happy my fellow yahoos get to party like it's 2025. It's a great community with the usual suspects. We deserve this. Amen, Richard. Amen. Okay, let's be careful here. Out in. All right, ball 1. Come on, Vargas. Throw strikes, buddy. Throw strikes. Make them swing thy bat. He does there. Fouls it back. 1-1. Let's go. Hit up into the air. This should be playable. Right fielder, Robles is underneath it for out number 2. Good job there, man. He's a dangerous hitter, but don't get too careful here. You got some room for error. Use it. Always come back to, like, you'll sometimes see those, fielders come in those games that have gotten out of hand. And even those fielders just pumping in strikes that aren't even pitchers. They're just like 16-3 and you bring in the fielder. See, in those situations, those guys will still get outs. Still isn't easy to hit the hardest thing in sports is about to hit the baseball. Top of the zone sinker. Again, I don't know about that as a strike. I don't know that one. I don't know. I'll take it. Strike, that's another good pitch. Top of the zone there. 0-2 here quickly to Lukes, who's been a problem in this game. 3 for 3. Inside. 1-2. Let's go here, Vargas. Close this sucker out. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Says sit the F down. The Mariners will take that. Wonderful work by the bullpen. Bizardo, 2 innings of work, no runs. Vargas, 2 innings of work, no runs. against a very, very good Blue Jay lineup. You saw Logan just trying to fight his way through for the 3 innings he got to keep him down to the 2 runs. These guys coming in and getting this job done is no small order. Yeah, you getting the lead here is going to take a bit of the spirit away, a bit of the momentum away, take the crowd out of the game. Absolutely, those are going to be factors at play here. But great job to come in with both of these 2 pitchers, throw strikes, make them swing the ball, make them earn this. Don't give it back to them. And then on top of it, you got the bullpen resting just a little bit up on the back of this potentially. At the very least, you're going to get one of Spire, Brash, or Munoz to be able to have a night off here if this can hold to form for the next 2 innings. What a wonderful game this has been. A wonderful, wonderful game this has been. Bloody glorious. Bloody glorious. Now's a good time here for one more drop on one of our sponsors for this show today. We got 2 today, actually, and I'm going to drop this one more here for you guys. We'll run this one last time. TickPick is a new sponsor. Jumped up here on the show. Want to show them some love. I've got a code for you. So if you're looking for tickets here, maybe Mariner playoffs coming up here in the next couple of days. We're going to have home games at play. Maybe you want to look at the Seahawks coming up at home of the Texans here in a week. So check out this with TickPicks. And thank you to them here for sponsoring the show here today. I don't know about you guys, but one of my biggest pet peeves is hidden fees when it comes to buying sports tickets. A little bit extra here, a little bit extra there. Oh, sorry, sir, just one more surcharge. Why can't the price I pay be the price I saw listed? If only there was an app where these fees didn't exist. Which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, TickPick, a huge shout out. With over 20 million downloads, TickPick has you covered. NBA, NFL, concerts, festivals, you name it, they got it. TickPick provides the lowest prices, guaranteed. Oh, and no fees. What you see is what you pay. The NFL is in full swing, the NBA is just around the corner, and Major League Baseball playoffs are in the thick of it. Now is the time to lock in the best app in the game at finding you the right ticket at the best price. I love using TickPick. Last year, I was supposed to go to the opening game of the football season with my buddy who was also bringing those tickets, but he bailed on me at the last second and I was left to scrambling. I thought I was going to be up the creek without a paddle, but I fired up the TickPick app, was able to find a really nice seat by utilizing their high seat rating, which just looks at the combination of price and seat quality to get you that best bang for the buck, and I was able to go to the game and experience an incredible game at that. TickPick has your back. Each ticket bought is backed by the buyer trust guarantee so that you can trust your seat is legit. And of course, I've got a code for you guys. When you use code HMA, get $20 off your first set of tickets with TickPick on a purchase of up to $100. That's $20 off any tickets when you use promo code HMA. Make sure you click the link in the description section to download the app and have the code automatically added to your account so you can use it later. Thank you, TickPick. And thank you indeed to TickPick, sponsoring the show today. We got a quick 0-2 count here with Raleigh fouling off the second pitch. And thank you guys for hanging in there with that today. Really appreciate them sponsoring up the show. It was awesome on their part to do so. Raleigh, 0-2 game coming into this year at bat. He does have a couple walks on the day. Blue Jays being very careful with him. Fouls this one back as well. Blue Jays are pretty deep through their bullpen. Started out with Ye Savage, went to Varland, then Flaherty, then Fisher, Rodriguez, and currently to Bissett now. Judah the Prophet in the house. Hello, good eye by Raleigh. That was a tough pitch right there. Good take there at 1-2. Top of the 8th inning. Mariners up 10-3. Trying to take 2 quick games here against Toronto at home. Raleigh hits this up into the air to the third base side. Foul, and he will gather it in. Arger, round number 1. Julio steps in here. He started off the damage today, did Julio. These two guys, Cal and Julio, each game seem to they find some way to contribute in, find some way to help out. Julio today has got a walk. Also has that 3-run home run to really set the stage in this game, put Toronto in a position of really feeling like they were chasing literally right from the jump. Foul back 0-1. Julio digs in. Low. All one. Swing and a miss. Beautiful curveball there from Bissett. 1-2. Oh! I thought he hit him there. I don't know. Julio got away out of that pitch. Curveball got away from him and just was right. Felt like there was a magnet on Julio with that thing. I don't know how he didn't get hit. Yeah, it looks like we got Emerson Hancock warming up for the Mariners in the bullpen. Dan's going to get greedy. Dan's like, I ain't going to use any of my high leverage guys tonight. Don't need it. I don't need it. Tech Matt says, as a Tiger and Seahawks fan, last series was hell. It still hurts. We're still not playing, but I'm rooting for you guys to take it home. I appreciate that, man, Tech Matt. I really do. And it was a hell of a series. You guys gave us all we could handle. I mean, your Tiger, I don't think that there's any shame to the Tigers on that one. 2-2 pitch here. Swing and a miss on the sinker there to Julio. Out number 2. Your team played, I thought, a hell of a series. We both wanted it. You go to 15 innings. I mean, I almost feel like it's as much anything. It was that home field advantage of that crowd at the end, where there was just a little bit of a spirit that they seemed to give that offense for us at the end there to kind of kick things free at that point. But otherwise, it was as even as you could get as the series goes. Jorge Polanco up to the plate here. 2 for 4 in this game, including the big hit in this game, really the 3-run home run to open this thing up majorly for the Mariners. Nice curved ball. Hits it off the end of the bat. This will be playable. I try not to sneeze. And I fail. And it will be caught there. So that will be the 3 quick outs here in this inning, taking us now to the bottom of the 8th. The Mariners 6 outs away. 6 outs away. Got to still lock in. It ain't easy. Still got to lock this in. I can't believe we're up 10-3 with the first win in the book. This is surreal. Moose says, hey, Brando, holy S Mariners. How about them Mariners, Moo? Charlie says, Palanco joins 3 other Mariners as the only guy with multiple home runs in a postseason. I know Griffey's on there. I know for sure he's there. Smeagol says it's mighty quiet at the Rogers Center. It's there's some pretty dour faces out there. They're very shocked, and you took down the Yankees in the last series, and everybody in the world's just like, this is your year. You got it now. Let's go. And Toronto is not one of those franchises, too, that you look at and you go, I like you with the Toronto Raptors in basketball. It's like they got that one championship year, and you're like, well, that was a one-off. This is a team that's put some really good baseball teams out there for years. They've got a couple of championships in the book, I believe. And they can do it. They can get that job done. They got the talent to do it, certainly with this team as it's structured up. But it's a hungry Mariner team, very hungry young Mariner team that they want this good mixture of not just young, but good mixture that they brought in with your Palancos and Arozarenas and Robles into this lineup, injecting in with some of the youngsters you have. You've done a good mixture here between the two. All right. Emerson Hancock out here on the hill for your Mariners. Youngster in 22 games this year, 4-5 with a 4.90 ERA. Throw strikes. Okay, kid, come on. It's come out and throw strikes. Don't go 2-0 to Guerrero here to lead this off. Guerrero came into this series just blistering hot. Been a little bit cold to begin things out, and he goes quickly 3-0, missing wildly on the first 3 pitches. Does Hancock? Kiddo, you need to come in and throw strikes, okay? Come on. I know it's Guerrero. You got a 7-run lead, and he walks him on 4 pitches. Emerson. Kirby Puckett was a Minnesota Twin. Outside 5 straight pitches. Okay, Cal, come on. Emerson. Hey. All right, gather him up. And with Dan on this one, if he's going to mess around like this, I'm out after this hitter. I hope there's somebody in the bullpen ready. I don't want this to be a mess around crap. You can't do this as a reliever with a 7-run lead. Throw a strike. I don't know what he's doing. These aren't even anywhere near the vicinity of being strikes, which tells me he's probably trying to overthrow here a little bit. Throw a strike. Another ball, 2-0. What is going on, buddy? Did you have a bullpen session? Did you get warmed up? Outside, ball 3. There we go. Strike. Okay. Steven Tyler, I love you, brother. Much love to you, too. Thank you for streaming what the poor people can't get. My pleasure, Steven. My pleasure. Happy to do it. This ball's hit up into the air and to left. It will be playable. And Randy up with it. There we go. That's more like it, Emerson. Get him to swing here. Get him to swing. 5 more outs for your Mariners. Yeah, Richard, short leash is right. And they do have Brash getting ready in the pen just to be sure here. I'd love for him to get through these next 2 innings and we don't have to call upon anybody, but strike. There we go. Alejandro Kirk up at the plate here, 1 for 3 in this game. RBI single in the first. Emerson a little bit outside there with the sweeper, 1-1. HG, what's bullpen? Bullpen's where you bring your relievers out to take over if a guy's struggling. Emerson 2-1. Kirk is wider than he's tall. He might be thicker than he's tall. It might be both width and belly to back. Knocked back. 2-2. Good job there. Get back in this thing. Alejandro digs in. Guerrero gets his lead from first. 1 man down. Bottom of the 8th. 1 man out. Back foul again there by Kirk. Takes a nice cut at that thing. This will hold 2-2. Why is it saying 1 out on the screen? There's 1 out in the inning right now, Justin. Guy just flew out. Who are we using as our closer today? I think the idea here would be that you get Emerson to go through the next 2 innings as long as he can get out of it without much damage to any damage done. You're going to get through more of the bottom of the order into the 9th here. If you can find a way through this thing. Of course, that's a big mother effing what if right now. He's definitely not. He's struggling to find the zone here. You can see him really feeling to try to find the pitches. Kirk's done a good job of fighting some pitches off here in this at-bat, bringing this to a 3-2 count. Mrs. Hine walks 2 hitters. You can't have this happen as a reliever with a 7-run lead in the 8th inning. And Dan's got to feel a little bit of a pull here to be like, damn it. All right. I got to do what I got to do here. You got to throw strikes, kid. This is not going to work, man. Oh. First pitch, fouled back. They're going to stay with him. Barshow up at the plate, 0 for 3 in this game. Clement looming on deck, Brash ready to go in the bullpen. He's got 1 more, and you're hooked out of here. Smashed on the ground, 0-2. Ball lifted up into the air. He just got underneath it. Robles up with it. Guerrero will go over to third base from there. So first and third, 2 men out on the fly out. Nice job by Hancock. See, good things happen when you put it over the plate. It's going to bring up Clement. Get this out. Take it into the 9th with a 8-9-1 is the way the order would go then into the 9th. Ball. Sweeper misses inside. Ball 2. Knocked up into the air here. Sky to Julio. He's got a track on it. He's on it. Out number 3. Mariners are able to retire the side despite 2 walks in that inning by Hancock. And they will maintain a 10-3 lead as we now head into the 9th inning and a chance for the Mariners to make history. You're as far as you have ever been in the playoffs as an organization right now. And you now also have the opportunity to take a 2-0 lead series here in the ALCS, which you have never done before. Judah, I will remember. I will remember you as the prophet. Judah says, M's versus Brewers in the World Series, Brandon. M's wins 6. Book it. I'm booking it. I'm booking my tickets right now. Judah Jimenez, Seahawks beating the Argonauts, M's. Let's go. Falcons are spanking the Bills, me? Take a look at what's going on over there. Wow. Yeah, they're getting after him, aren't they? This season's wide open in the NFL. Holy crap. Bijan Robinson with 121 yards in like a quarter. Whoa, Nelly. Whoa, Nelly. Yeah, Bijan going beast mode, man. Ryan says, all right, how about we close it with Brash just because I think you go out with him. If it was maybe back to the top of the lineup a bit there in the next inning, I think you go back with Emerson again. He got out of damage without anything happening, and I think you just lean back to saying, all right, like we got the 7 runs to work with. You certainly have Brash ready to go if anything gets into trouble town into that inning, especially getting back to the top of the lineup. But I think otherwise, you just keep rolling with Hancock. Even says, haters going to hate. Let's go Seattle. Let's go Seattle. How tasty is it going to be to look at all their shocked faces today? You thought they were shocked last night. Us taking 2 from Toronto at home. You're going to have people just... Here's going to be David Ortiz, Julio, and Jeter postgame. Shell-shocked. Jordan says, I'm winning 128.52 to 104.8 in my fantasy matchup. My opponent has Odunze and Ja'Cory Kroski-Merritt. I do not feel great. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's hard, too, when you get a good week like that, but your opponent ends up turning in some crazy week as well. Like, really? You're going to go off this week? Justin, I want the Bills to win. Could have implications for our Seahawks down the line with the Falcons, especially if we get into it with the playoffs and wild cards at the end a little bit with that. Mastroboni is out here for the Mariners. They're going to go to their... Naylor's going to sit down. He hit a little ball off his instep in this game. It's probably a little sore. A 1 count here to Mastroboni. I said his name. Richard says visions of Don James pulling Kaufman and later Corey Dillon in the first half with 200-plus rushing yards. Yeah, exactly. Cool Breeze, Judah's gentleman sweep, like I've been saying. We have class. Let them have one. I think we need to send a message to that NL. Brewer's feeling himself after the 97 wins this year. We got to send a message. 1-2 count here. Mastroboni. Toronto gone to another reliever? Yes, they have. Toronto going to try to out Lauer. They're going lefty on lefty action. Strike 3 here. So the first 2 games of the series, Mariners definitely got into this bullpen. The Savage went 4 innings. Then you went to Varland for 1 inning. Flaherty got only a third of an inning. Fisher was able to carve out 1. Rodriguez couldn't get even through an inning. Bissett got through an inning in a 2/3. And now you're Lara. Hi. Umpire still not calling that pitch consistently. Ball. Hey, Josh says, so after the tick picks, we get Mastroboni. Yes. And then we go sleeper. Jackson just goes to show you, once you have a ticket to the dance, anything can happen. Baseball is as much of that way in this sport than any sport. Who is hot? Who can get hot at that right time? Just get in, then just get hot. You got a great chance. Two and one count here to Suarez. High. This is a good pitch. Curveball right at the top of the zone, strike. Dictus says Naylor looks like he has a hangover instead of being one of the heroes in the playoff right now. He does. He has been one of our heroes, though, hasn't he? Nice base hit up the middle. Nice level stroke there by Eugenio. It's good to see. How nice would it be if we can get his bat starting to warm up a little bit? Steven says, I always follow the Hawks Nest when the extremely corrupt networks refuse to show the games on TV like they always did pre-corruption. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you. My pleasure, Steven. I was hoping that these baseball games would resonate here, because I know we are so football-based here on the channel, but it seems like you guys have really, really liked it. So, yeah, we'll definitely make this a tradition, bare minimum, on playoffs, and maybe we can even work in a few Mariner games in the offseason here and there. Would love to get Suarez going, Justin. He can be that just dangerous portion of the lineup to come through. Got the double last night, base hit here. He's starting to get that back going a little bit. Rivas up here at the plate. He had a walk in his only other at bat. Check swing, looked like he went. He did. 0-2. One man out here. Mariners up 10-3. Top of the ninth. Standing on the doorstep of the potentiality of being able to take this game and to win 2 games on the road in Toronto to start this series off for the right to go to the World Series. Ball batted out into right field. Will be playable here and caught by Lukes. He'll throw it back in. 2 men down. Richard says, everybody's feasting at the table. Where's John Madden with the turkey? Antoine Cobb says, will you ever stream University of Washington men's basketball? Excited for the new team? I hadn't planned on it. I don't know if I've got enough interest on that one. I think the people that would like it would probably really like it, but that'd be just my one thing, is I don't know if we'd have enough, views with it on that to do it. But I'm kind of open to all sports being a part of this channel a little bit in that way. Give us a little bit of variation and whatnot. I'll try to look into what the Huskies are doing. Certainly they make some noise in the playoffs and whatnot. Palanco time. Well, we'll see. We got to get Robles' got to get to Palanco. See what Robles can do here, maybe. Robles 0 for 3 in this game. Passed ball. Eugenio will go to second base. That's a miserable effort there by Kirk. I'm making business decisions. Oh, sorry. I missed your dono there, Brian. Thank you for the $5, brother. Oh, I missed a couple here. My bad. No, I got the Jorge goat. Thank you for the $5 donation, Brian. Hi. This umpire is striking zone today. I'm not even mad at this point. It's just wild. Okay. 3-1. He's definitely got turkey on the brain. Runner on second. 2 men down. Jorge. Jorge's biting his lip, looking back at the ump like he literally gave him that look. Okay, if you say so. And then he's got to swing at it because he doesn't know what's a strike at that point. Like you can't give Robles any like heat on that. Like the last two calls were just awful. He's going to swing at it. I got you, Brian. Brandon, crossover with AJ's YouTube guy. I'm not aware of him. I'd have to kind of find AJ's, you said? I don't have anything. AJ's, YouTube guy, AJ's Blue Jays channel. Nothing's coming up. Not sure which one you might mean on that. I've got the Sam Welb Experience. That's a weird channel name. Was there in Brian Blue Jays, the Blue Jays YouTube guy? I don't know the Blue Jays YouTube guy on that one. I guess it would be Sam Welb, based on like who it looks like has got some good little traffic going right now on the Blue Jays side. Is that probably who you're meaning on that? I can try a little bit. It's going to be a kind of a bit of a scramble, Brian, this week, just because trying to as well keep the football stuff, and there's so much background work I got to get done with the football stuff. Still trying to track down the behind enemy lines and get everything set up and ready to go for Seahawks Weekly this week because I missed it last week. Kind of running out of time a little bit with certain stuff on that. But I'll try to look it up and see if maybe there's something we can kind of set up or do with that. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you on that. It's sometimes hard getting those collabs set up last minute, you know. As those guys are in the run, they're doing what they're doing. It's like you got to kind of get it weeks out set up to get these guys because there's so much going on and they already have usually commitments. Maybe there's something I can get done here in this off day that we got before the next game. I'll try to see if there's something. I thought I just read Brian's super chat. Yeah, the crossover with the AJs. I'm not seeing it. I'm doing a search here for AJ's channel with Blue Jays. And Hancock will come out here in the bottom of the ninth. Nothing was coming up there for me, Brian. So sorry. You might have to, maybe if you can email me offline, Brian, DM me or just email me at HeyHawksNest, which channel you're kind of meaning on that one. And I can kind of look it up offline. Thank you for reminding me of that, though, super chat, for the space for the missed super chat there. That was my bad. 0-1 count here to Hancock. Bob in the ninth inning outside, 1-1. Malo Tongo. Thank you. Malo Tonga. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Let me say your name right there. Simogen, thank you for the $5 donation. Might need to rebrand to Washington Sports and include hockey as well. I might have to at some point. If there's as much a draw for that, I might have to do that. Tell you what, we would be pretty darn busy if we're putting hockey and baseball in the mix on this. I'll be running. But if there's an interest in it, maybe I'm open to it. I gotta warm up to hockey. You know, I just gotta figure it out here. Okay, Emerson's kind of played around a little bit with his control here. Got through the last inning despite the fact that he had a couple walks. Looks like he's setting the stage here to try to walk Schneider, the opening batter here in the ninth inning. Just can't seem to find the strike zone here. Gets a healthy strike from the ump on that one. 3-2. Boy, this umpire. Woo! He's going to have a tough graded game from Major League Baseball after this one. 3-2 count. Second straight inning, he's going to walk the opening batter. Emerson, buddy, why are you so scared to throw a strike here? You got a 7-run lead, man. That's 3 walks in an inning. You can't find the strike zone? This is the bottom of the lineup. Throw them strikes. Please. Please. Andre Jimenez, 0 for 2 with a walk. Outside, ball one. Throw a strike. It feels like he's aiming it right now, and he just has no feel for where the pitch is going. It's a little bit like Logan earlier, just doesn't have his stuff tonight. And you're going to just have to probably go to the bullpen here. I don't need to see if he lets one more batter on, I'm good. Strike zone for this ref. Holy God. Whew. Yeah, Jack, Angel Hernandez 2.0 here. The junior version. Foul back 2-2. Emerson getting some benefit here. Some of the calls. Strike zone. I'm joking about him wanting to get home, but maybe not. Foul back. Staying alive is Jimenez. Make him hit this ball and play, buddy. This is the 9-hole hitter. Do not walk the 9-hole hitter. Please. Please. Pitch. Foul. Good job by Jimenez staying alive here. Daniel, Graham Emerson hasn't been a starter. He's not really been a reliever as much. He's making a bit of this transition. He's a real young guy, so he's a coming along kind of talent, and more than he's a guy that's there for where he's probably going to be when he settles in. Swing and a miss on the changeup. Wonderful pitch. Got him to wave at it. Out of the zone, but got him to wave. One man down. Top of the lineup turns over here for the Blue Jays. Emerson's going to continue to work. George Springer up at the plate. Inside ball. Springer 1 for 3 in this game with a double and a walk. Ball 2. Come on. Come on, buddy. Don't fall behind here. Don't fall behind. Put this thing out. Let's go. 2-0 count. Bat on the ground, double play ball. Eugenio's up with it. The turn from Palanco to first. They've got him. That's it. Game over. Mariners take the win in strong fashion here. And not just the win, but 2 games at that. Home team losing the first 2 games of the series. They have only won 3 of 28 series. Going back in recent history, when you lose the first 2 games like the Blue Jays have. And the Mariners in a game well played across the board. Defensively great. Pitching just awesome. Gilbert struggling to find his stuff. Grinding through that 3 innings to just try to keep you in place. Only 2 earned runs. And then the bullpen all the way down the stretch. 2 innings of Brazzardo. 2 innings of Vargas. 2 innings of Hancock. No runs allowed through 6 innings from your bullpen with this Blue Jay lineup. A great job by this team today. And to go sneak out and grab 2 wins on the road in Toronto. Not only flip home field advantage, but give yourself a very, very reasonable chance to be able to close this game out at home with the fans at your back. They are going to be hyped through the moon when you come back home here. What an opportunity for this Mariners to get to the first World Series in their history, and let's just go win the whole damn thing. Sim and Jim, we might have to do that Washington Sports on that. It seems to be resonating really well with you guys here in the audience, doing a little bit of baseball coverage. I was worried a little bit about the football lights getting a little bit up in arms about that, but it's not been that way at all. So maybe we will be open to doing a little bit more stuff on this if you guys are digging it in that way. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance today on that as well. And Brian, I was going to see if I could find Brian. If you found the Blue Jays guy. I'll try to look that up again too, Brian, on your dono. We'll see offline if I can maybe find a way to link up with the Blue Jay guy and see if he's, potentially open to doing something on that front of things. Thank you for your donos there. Simogen with another $20 donation. Thank you for that, Simogen. Very, very, very kind of you, man. I really appreciate that. He says, I would say it would be a business decision on the offseason to focus on the going sports at the time. I know Tom Grossi covered the last Tigers and Mariners game. It was refreshing to follow an outside on a new sport. Yeah, and it gives you a little bit of a way. Certainly, with us, it's great thoughts on that, Simogen, and I can completely agree, that you certainly get with like football coverage, a bit of that tendency where it gets very much in the same lane and we're turning over a lot of the same stuff. And something that you do get the opportunity with having some different sports is to be able to, look at different things and discuss different stuff. And I do love baseball. It's one of my original loves out there and doing it. Certainly open to doing a little bit more of it. Like you say, probably a decision that we have to make a little bit more into the offseason if we do go down that road, and maybe we can test it out and try it out. Especially, I think, if we have the Mariners doing what they're doing right now, which is, really re-engaging this fan base, or just engaging the fan base in a great major way, because you're not getting to this series just because you've lucked out and you've fallen into this because things all broke in your favor. They've gone out there, they've got these 2 wins, they've got themselves the playoffs, they took that series with the Tigers because you finally built out this lineup in a way that it could be capable when it comes to postseason time. That you're not just going to be overmatched at every turn, that you have a long lineup that's going to challenge every pitcher all the way through 1 through 9. And that really gives them a chance to not only be great now, but I think the future is very, very bright for this Mariner team when you also consider how they have set the stage with their minor league system and how many guys are really getting close here to coming up who seem to be offering a lot of top end talent there. So I'm open to it for sure, Simogen. We did a little bit of a Crow's Nest channel as a separate channel. It's hard to kind of build that baseball thing up separate on the side, but maybe we just kind of haul it all under one banner, roll it out, see if the audience is flowing with me on it, and we just go with it. Certainly when you get into May and June, there's not a lot of football coverage to really go over at that time. So you just have a baseball game in the middle of early summer and do a little bit of BSing and talk a little football as we intermix it in a little bit. I think it could be a good idea. Thank you, man, for all of your $20 donation. I didn't know that Grossi was covering some baseball stuff, so that's kind of cool. It's very, very cool. It's a fun sport, man. It really is, and especially having now my team rewarding the fan base in the way they have here by stepping up to the plate and being willing to bring on players to the trade deadline, showing a sense of urgency to try to capture and take advantage of what has been one of the all-time great seasons that Cal Raleigh has given you from the catcher position. And just so many props to throw out here, both to this team, to the front office. We're on the precipice, folks. Your Mariner team is truly on the precipice. They just showed 31 teams over recent years that have gone down in series 0-2. Only 3 of them have come back to win the series. It is an uphill battle. It is not going to be easy for the Blue Jays to get this done, especially that's just, going down 0-2, for instance, without the home field advantage really factored in. What happens when you factor in you went 0-2 at your home? I would imagine that those 3 teams that won probably weren't, coming back in those games necessarily from a standpoint of having lost those first 2 games at home either. I'd be very surprised if that was the case with those 3 teams. So your Mariners have done heroic effort here to go get these first 2 games in this series. Nobody saw this coming from this team. Everybody had the Blue Jays winning this series. Still able to capitalize on that momentum from the Tiger series. I think it's a little bit like they were talking about last night where, you have a Toronto Blue Jay team that wraps this up and takes care of the Yankees in kind of short order in the last series. And, then they've got to kind of wait for a few days. And you lose a little bit in what is a baseball season, that there's always something constantly kind of chugging along, another game constantly coming through, and you suddenly have all of these days off. Meanwhile, Mariners are kind of locked in through that time. You sort of stay locked in. You sort of keep your momentum. You sort of keep your place and where you at and how you're rolling along a little bit. And maybe that's a little bit of a factor here to this. I think the Blue Jays are also missing Bo Bichette to at least a decent degree as well, as that's a big part of their lineup that they don't have to be leaning on as well here. Joe Fish, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Joe Fish. Please do join Joe and summon up today, hitting that like button. We're going to be covering this Mariner playoff action all the way throughout these playoffs. So you hitting that like button shows me up to other Mariner channels that are looking for content, looking for good stuff, looking for coverage of this Mariner team here throughout this postseason play. But thank you for that, Joe. Appreciate you jumping aboard. Welcome aboard. I really, really appreciate it. And we got my man Simogen coming in so kind, man. $20 donation, fives and fives, all these donations. And then he's coming in with some gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Simogen, coming in with 10 gifted memberships here to Hawks Nest members. Alex Wade, Sloby One, Robbie Red, Low Key, Robert Jimenez, Eric Barrera, Chris Cheatham, and Frogman46. You have all been kindly gifted by Simogen 10 Hawks Nest memberships. Simogen, you are the man. That is huge. Thank you so much for that. Very, very kind of you to drop those out. For folks that are members of the channel, the newly members of the channel, do keep an eye on your community post. I just put out the PFF scores from the Seattle Seahawks game to the community post for members of the channel right now. I've got a Thursday night football stream coming up this week here. Maybe if we've got them, we might have them. We got to see what the Mariner times are on that one. But we've got Thursday night football as long as we don't have baseball going on throughout the year. And then we've got a call-in show this, I believe, Saturday. We're going to try to tentatively shoot for as well. So thank you to Simogen dropping 10 gifted subs into the chat. And that's on top of dropping a ton of donations. Thank you so much for that, Simogen. You are the man. Let's go. We do got, it sounds like Thursday. So Thursday night football will probably be off this week because we have a 5:33 Blue Jay Mariner game going on right during Thursday night football. And then Friday, we've got a 3:08 game here between the Mariners and Blue Jays. And then Saturday's off. Sunday comes back with 5:03 p.m. So we're going to have an opportunity to be able to stream all three of these Mariner games as we come up on deck on this. So if you are a member, we won't be doing the Thursday night this week, but it'll probably pick up back next week, unless we're in the World Series, of course. But Thursday night football, Saturday night, we'll be doing the call-in stream here for members of the channel. And Simogen, thank you, man, for that great support. That's just really, really kind of you for doing that. I really appreciate it. Side, Tom never picks us to win ever. Tom's got a little bit of a silent, not even a silent hate. I don't even think he kind of holds it down. He doesn't like Seahawks. He's got kind of some bitter feelings towards the Hawks a little bit as it stands. Wilbert says the Bills are getting beat by the Falcons. Indeed they are, man. We're taking it to them a little bit, but don't count out that Bills team. We've seen them before. Kind of play around a little bit. Feels like the other team's got you. They're only down 21-7, so. Steven says, Pumpkin's the key for the mojo. We got both cats chipping in today. Both of them made an appearance on stream and hopped in here. So we got the power of the orange cat, the power of the black cat today. They worked together to help bring this win home. Linda, it was a great game. Just a great game. And what a hell of a start to the series here for your Mariners, where everything from us in Seattle sports sometimes feels so hard and so difficult, and everything's just a grind to get every inch you get. And here you got a comfortable win today. So cool to see. You're the man, Simogen. King Bomber says Tom can't get that over the Hail Mary, and yes, the Hail Mary and that NFC Championship game. I know. If I ever collabed with Tom, I think one of the first things I'd say to him, King, just to trigger him, is I'd say, it's still a catch. I think that'd be like the first thing before even, hello, how you doing? Hey. Be like, Tom, and be like, what? Still a catch. just to trigger him. Simmy just says, no problem. Love your content and can't wait for more coverage. Oh, yeah. We're going to be loaded up to the hilt. It's cool to see that we're not going to have any real bad overlap here so that we'll be able to get all of these three Mariner games in over the next three. And my goal is here to cover every single one of them. So, well, let's go. I'd imagine if it was a Monday night game too, even if they did get to that, they wouldn't have it at the time of the Hawks. They'd probably move the times around a little bit. And yeah, Nubelax, the Seahawks game next week, Monday night, if you're not aware out there, folks, because it's a very unusual time. Monday night, 7 o'clock start time for the Seahawks Texans next week. Very, 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 very late game. Feed More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. You hear Myles Garrett mad he's not winning? Told you. Yeah, I don't. Players sometimes have a tone-deaf nature to them that I don't quite ever understand, because you have to have people around you like agents and people telling you, like, don't say this thing. And sometimes these players, Tyreek Hill was trying to play this deal with Miami at times, where it's like, I want all the money, I want you to pay me all this, I want you to sacrifice future cap space. And then when I randomly decide that I'm kind of fed up with the situation, then I just want you to move me when I tell you you need to move me. It's like, it don't work that way. And you can pick one or the other. You get the money, or I want to go play for the winner, and then you're going to still get paid. Myles could have gotten moved to another team and still gotten paid. Would he have gotten paid all of the money that Cleveland gave him this offseason? Maybe not. But you still would have made a hearty amount of money, and you've made a hearty amount of money. And then you got an opportunity to go play for something every week. But then you chose the money with not even kind of casually. You wrote this whole letter about how it was about winning, and then just chose the money on the backside of it. And now you're going to come back to winning. Like, pick a lane. You don't get it both ways. You sometimes have to pick one or the other. And no one's going to begrudge you on taking either lane. You want to go for the money? Football careers are short. You're putting your body on the line. I get it. You want to go for being a winner? That's what's most important to you? I get that. But don't try to go both ways with it. You have to go left or right. There is no, I want to take the middle road. Dogzilla, thanks, Brando and everyone. Thank you, Dogzilla. Richard says Bills front seven is porous. Yeah, I think they've been, I want to say they've been missing Oliver. I don't know if he's gotten back or not. Yeah, they haven't. They don't have Oliver out there. I mean, I think he's as much of the important piece to making that defense work as much as anything else. Tech Matt says, congrats on the dub. Thank you, Tech Matt. Getting some Tiger fan vibes in there, helping us out. It all aids, We feel like America's team right now, Outside of Milwaukee, outside of Dot, we're the team people are going to kind of be riding with this through this postseason. Like if the Bills made the Super Bowl, like that. King Bomber says the Garrett thing's hilarious. It is, man. Like, you just signed that deal this offseason. You literally were at the point where you could have forced the Browns' hand this offseason and said, I want out, make it happen. Browns were not going to hardline that situation. They would have moved you at that point. I mean, they don't want to get rid of you. It's not like the Browns were chomping at the bit. You were going to have to force the thing a little bit. You could have done it. You started down the road. You basically started running down the road, then came to a stop and then reversed back. Daniel says, have you talked to Jesse since Warner went down? Has he given up on the season? Well, to Jesse's credit, and one of the reasons that I give Jesse a lot of props, Daniel, is because, as I can attest to this, you oftentimes, when you are going to look at this as much as you can with unbiased eyes and try to just accurately deduce what's going on with the team in the situation, and you make predictions about things and you have a guidance in a way that you would recommend the team needs to go or should go, given this or given that. Jesse was at the start of the season at a point of saying, we're not getting to the Super Bowl this year. It's not happening. This is a year to turn things over and prepare this for next year. This is the way the game works. I think he was very, very realistic about it. And to Jesse's point, and this is the thing that can be maddening when you do this kind of coverage of stuff, is that you sort of take this stance that he took that's counter to all of the pro Niner content creators, and it gets you it gets you flamed on Twitter, and it gets half of your, some of your fan base mad at you because you're not just saying the team is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And then you come back and you're proven right to be conservative in that approach, to not be all in like some of the fans would advocate for. And then there is not credit to be again given to that guy for having that right, correct take. And it's a hard part of doing this, I think, sometimes, because you think when you'd be right, you get the credit then for it, where you go, oh, well, he got that right. He must, when he's going out on the ledge on some of these items and he's saying stuff that isn't the most popular thing, then maybe there's a little bit of something to that. But Jesse was always in a position of saying this was not the year. You ate a ton of dead money this offseason. You've got older players. You were going to be relying on your top-heavy guys at the front of this. I mean, that's the part we said of this, is you're really riding on Bosa and Warner and Kittle and Purdy and McCaffrey to really carry the burden and the load here to get you through this season to being a contender. And that seems like it's a little bit too much of the all on the sort of stars to make this happen and not enough on really the whole team as a whole to go and make it happen. Simgen says, the only other YouTuber who covers Mariners is Northwest Sports, but it is your answering chat with your thoughts to every chat or question makes you different. You just don't say thank you and move on. No, I love talking with you guys, Simgen. I love my community. I love my people. You guys have me laughing, have me thinking, always keep me engaged. Steven says, I'll only stick with you to report games, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Steven. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say, Simgen. I definitely am down to cover the Mariners. It was just on that long track, where you restart creating a new channel, and I did the Crow's Nest, and you're kind of starting from, square one a little bit. And it's a slower crawl, I think, for Mariner fans at that time with where things were at, trying to build yourself up there. But I think I can just as easily and I'm kind of at this point a little bit with the channel at times with it, where I'm just like, I think there's going to be times and moments where it's like, I want to do different other stuff, other kind of content, mix in other different type of things. And just kind of roll with the punches on that for the folks that'll roll with you and hang with you, and the folks that'll say, no, I just want that one specific thing you do, Kind of at that little bit of that road here, a little bit in the looks of expanding and moving and opening up the wings a little bit, Simgen? And especially in that May, June period in baseball, it's nothing going on football-wise. It's a great time of year, just kind of taking a nice afternoon, watching some baseball with y'all. I can see us, going down at least that road with it. And I'm open to expanding in other ways too. Obviously, it's all good. Falcons never blow big leads. It's never happened before, and most certainly never in a Super Bowl. Jack says, Lombardi said the Niners are going undefeated from here on out. Yeah, that's exactly the other side of it, right, Jack? I'm glad you brought that up, because that's in deference to Jesse, and it's one of the reasons why that kind of guy can be so frustrating, because he's taking the easy road. It's very easy to do sports coverage, baseball, football, whatever you're doing, and everything just being with a positive bent to it. It's very easy. It's sort of the cheat code in doing content creation. Everything's amazing, everything's wonderful, and you will cultivate an audience on the back of that approach. But both me and Jesse would tell you that at the same point in cultivating that offense, you're going to lose your soul. You're going to lose your credibility. That there's a little bit of a price to be paid in the long term for kind of going down that path. And it's just not very much fun. Who wants to just wave pom-poms all the time? John Paul, after so many years, this has been my entire life. It feels like since we've been to the ALCS. You've never been in this place. You've been to the ALCS before, to your point, John. You've been in this place. You ain't been up 2-0. And I thought walking into this playoffs, even though you had a team in 95 in the Mariners and in the 97 season that was certainly strong and star-driven with Randy's and Julio's and Griffey's and Eggers and Jay Buners. And then 2001, the complete roster you put together, 5 starters that could all get the job done, a lineup that was long and was built for that stadium at that time, able to generate runs. But this to me feels like the best team and the best chance the Mariners have had to going and winning a World Series, that you have kind of all of the mixture at play to go take this thing right now, including the Major League Baseball being kind of opened up right now. That it feels like there is no tried and true. I know the Brewers got 97 wins and they would technically kind of looked at as that team, but it does kind of feel like you've got a chance here to not have to take on as much of what would be a pure juggernaut rolling on through. Barbara says, thanks, Brandon, for another fun Mariners game. See y'all later. Go Mariners, go Hawks. Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate you. Allen not clutch tonight. That's unfortunate there. I got to flip over that game. Jason says, I've watched more baseball the last 3 days than I ever have. Just tagging along because I know so many Mariner fans by knowing so many Hawk fans. We will be watching and cheering. Well, thank you for that, Jason. I know we'll get a lot of new Mariner fans popping in here, I'm sure, right now. All welcome aboard. New Blacks, B, I don't know if you caught it, but Jorge Palanco is the first player in Major League Baseball history to have a go-ahead hit in the 5th inning or later in 3 consecutive postseason games. That's what we call Captain Clutch right there. Doesn't get more clutch than that. Boy, and you throw that on top of a New Blacks, what he did in the prior round was Skubal, the Cy Young Award winner, and that's a game you come in with Skubal. Nobody expects you're going to win that game. Like nobody expects us to win this Toronto series. And you're able with Skubal to have him give up a couple of home runs to Palanco. Polanco was able to get a couple shots in that game. You got that on top of this. I mean, he has been wondrous this postseason. And this is that feeling of you got a lineup where it's like Naylor's getting the job done. Every game it feels like you can count on Cal and Julio to bring something to the table. You know? We can just get a cut like if we could get one of a Robles, a Rosarina, or Suarez to just kind of start to turn on a little bit more now, good luck with this lineup all the rest of the way through. Good bloody luck. Dogzilla says, doesn't matter if creators get things wrong and then admit their surprise. Yeah, a little bit on that. Which is then where that lean back to being positive is the direction to go for so many on this because of that, where it's like, well, it won't matter. No one's going to hold me over the rake. Whereas people will rake you over the coals if you have a negative take that wasn't proven to be true. But to me, that's where what we are also doing and what we should be doing here in our job is being with an analysis. And analysis is breaking down what is really happening and not just leaning towards the positive a bit. It's a pool in doing this, though. Jason McCourtney, I've watched, I read that one. Here for the ride, brother. Let's go, Slowby. Appreciate you, Steven. Thank you. Simogen says, yeah, guys trying to call games like esports games and is a bit boring. I like the coverage of the analytics and color guy with Hawks Nest. Appreciate that. Definitely what I'm trying to go for there. Try to liven it up where we can. It can be a little sports in general, you know. Zorn76 coming in with a $50 donation. Hey, let's go, Zorn. Very kind of you, man. Thank you so much for that, Zorn. It's also awesome to see you in the house, brother. I know you're celebrating. The ALCS isn't over, but it's looking pretty good. I'm donating on behalf of all M's fans waiting a generation to reach this climax. Well, indeed, for some of you younger fans, to put this in perspective, as I come from a generation of in that Zorn area as well, we grew up in the 80s with a new baseball team, and you'd walk into that concrete jungle of the Kingdome. Before you had Griffey in here, you might have a player or two that was pretty good on your team, but you did feel like very much that expansion franchise even to the mid 80s. And it was the struggle that came along, and then magic hit. Suddenly, fairy dust got sprinkled over the top of your organization. You got the 6'10" flamethrower and Randy Johnson who couldn't find the strike zone, who suddenly became nails. You had Ken Griffey Jr., the prodigy, the kid, one of the greatest swings the sport, maybe the greatest swing the sport has ever seen, walking in at the same point in time, making a great trade for a Jay Buhner. Moving on, Kenny Phelps, very famous, by the way, Seinfeld bit from their show where George yells at George Steinbrenner, the character of George in the Seinfeld show, yells at George Steinbrenner for making the Jay Buhner for Kenny Phelps trade. You get Jay Buhner in here. Edgar Martinez is an older prospect, develops for you into one of the best hitters in baseball almost inexplicably. And then, oh, by the way, you draft number 1 overall pick Julio Rodriguez to be coming up on deck behind him. And then that team growing together and getting better together. And then the magic of 95. And then the 2001 season where you win 116 games, set a baseball record for regular season wins. And yet you can't even get to the World Series. And then you wait for 20 plus years for a team that spins in so many directions, but always seems to spin out every single year within that 20-year stretch. They finally now catch back this realization after getting back to the playoffs a couple of years ago. Having a battle-tested team here in this team, despite having the youth they have, they've been to the playoffs. They've been in some big games. Now at a position ready to finally feel like you can capture this. And a 2-0 lead to start the ALCS off on the road like this, knowing Zorn, as you know and I know, knowing what that home fans are going to do for this team coming back into that building, knowing the energy that they're going to bring in that house and how that can help them along. One of the things you were able to do in this series, in this game in particular, you removed the Toronto Blue Jay fans from the mix here. Felt like in the Tigers game, that last Tigers game on the road, to draw the game back to home, you also got to feel in that game the energy of a fan base kind of able to spurn on that Tigers team to that win to then stretch that series back out. It's a factor. It will help. And you got Castillo and Kirby on deck, two of your better starting pitchers about ready to roll. Wu also coming back into play. You got your bullpen set up right now and ready to roll as far as should be fairly well fresh with another day of rest here at this point. No Spire, no Brash, no Munoz in this game. It isn't over like you say, Zorn. You got to you got to get it in the barn now. You got the hay all in the back of the truck. Just got to get it in the barn now. But boy, have they done a lot of big time work in these two games to go get this. No small thing, no easy thing. Everyone thought the Blue Jays just had this rolling. But I thank you, man, for a huge $50 dono to the channel. Not the first time you've dropped big-time donations here. Member of the channel as well. In addition to that, I thank you for all you've done for this channel, Zorn76. And it's really great to be able to kind of nod over to somebody that I know has gone through multiple generations, and within you in the chat as well, multiple generations of this baseball team. The multiple years of the struggle, the multiple years of getting close, 87 wins, 88 wins, into that territory, not quite into even making the playoffs, but seemingly right on the edge. And you finally feel like you're ready to break through here. You've got the ball club ready to get this going. And you may be starting to show the signs like we see today with 10 runs, that there's maybe that final element being Zorn. We're getting hot at the right time of year. That singular driver for who is going to win the World Series, who can get hot at the right time of year. Appreciate that big time donation, man. You're awesome. Zorn says, I attended my first Mariner game in 1979. He's been through it. To say you've been through a struggle of an organization and you've seen so much bad baseball, you've seen so much baseball put together that didn't always make sense as to why you're doing it this way. Why are you doing it that way? Why is this lineup being built with right-handed power hitters in the most pitcher-friendly ballpark in all of the major leagues? Just about. You gotten through that rough road, man. You've earned this. And you are going to savor it as I'm savoring it right now. It's a good feeling to be here. It just feels wonderful. And it's such a team that's so easy to root for, of good guys. Julio with his magnetic smile, Cal with his almost everyman, just unassuming nature. Crawford with his clutch ability, and what a rock he's been for the team at shortstop, both fielding and just being a steady hitter for you up at the plate. Gonna get fun. I'm stoked here for where we're heading. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, belt to ass. We're going to close this series in Seattle. I love it, man. Let's do it. Let's close this thing out. Let's not let this get back to Toronto. Come back here, get these 2 wins, close this thing down, rest yourself up well for the World Series. Let's go get this thing. And that was a belt to ass, man. 3-run home run right from the first inning. We're setting the stage. We're coming here swinging. We want this game. We're hungry for this game. This franchise is thirsty like a man that's walked through the desert for 3 days for a World Series championship, and you can feel that from these players. They can sense it from this fan base. And hopefully it can just push them onwards. Thank you, Wu-Tang. Tommy says, I remember being in the dome against the Indians, and there was a dang earthquake. Crazy. That's right. Kingdom had a little bit of a... It wasn't the most fancy of stadiums, but it was a cool stadium at that. Rodney Presho, thank you for the $2 donation, Rodney. I feel we are going to see a World Series. I love it, Rodney. We're right there, man. We are right there on the edge, feeling like we're about to go over to the other side. I hope so. It feels like we're right on the edge of it, doesn't it? I mean, we are on the edge of it, but it does feel like also we ain't here by luck. George, I saw Nolan Ryan's 12 plus Ks against the Mariners during a game in 1989. He was 41 or so, still unbelievable. Ryan was wild in that way. And the only guy is forget the guy, he finally fell off a little bit of a cliff here this year. Justin Verlander. I think he's about the only other guy I can remember who's still been able to, into such a deep age, go out there and still throw pitches like that and still go out there and just be a power pitcher at that. You know, you get those guys that they get older and then they start to become more soft tossers and, you know, they're trying to work the edges and the corners, if you were, a little bit. But you have in Verlander, a guy that just kept going for years, man. He found like a third wind to his career. Guy starts out in like 2005. And even in 2023, a 3.31 ERA, 1.75 in 2022, having almost been in the league for 20 years at that point. What a career he had. Unbelievable career from Verlander, but Nolan was that way too, where he had a perfect game, I think, through 3 different decades. 70s, 80s, and maybe the 90s, he got a perfect game there, something like that. Or it was the 60s, 70s, and 80s. I forget which one it was. But Nolan was the truth, man. Jack says Julio was a thought in his papa's pants in 2001. Yes, he was. Yeah, that's right. That maths. Donnie, 27 years. I've been calling Western Washington home. You've been waiting as well. Hey, Josh, I moved to Seattle in 2001 and thought, I guess the Mariners will have a 10-year dynasty. We thought we were just about to begin that very thing, didn't we? Boy, Dick, that shop closed up after just a year. Sounds good, HHG. Tommy, Naylor, 3 for 4 tonight. 3 for 4, and he showed you tonight in what he could do and kind of brought all of the full meal deal to play and what he brings. I know he had the tough fielded moment in the first inning, but even that bad flip over to the pitcher was kind of emblematic of him having really good range for the position. You saw that also when he had to range to his left and backhand stop it, that guy's got some good coverage area for a guy that is a little bit bigger guy. But then you see on a couple of his bats why he's such a cool hitter, because he's both a guy that can rake. You know, when he sets up and he wants to let loose and cut it, he can put it in the right field seats. But then also when he's 2 strikes in, he can foul off pitches and he can get the bat on the ball and find a way to just find a hole or drop the ball in there into the outfield just in front of the fielder. You know, he's a guy that you're really going to have a hard time striking out. And because of this skill set, it works so well in the stadium that we operate within. Part of the reason to want to see this extension with him, of course, because he's played well, but also because he is not just playing well, but the ideal kind of hitter that you want in this sort of stadium. A guy that can hit for a little bit of average in this era now where it's all about the home runs, walks. A guy that can field his position, steal you the occasional base, creatively speaking, but also a guy that's just going to put the ball in play, give you a chance to extend innings, give you a chance to have a guy that can be clutch with runners on. Zorn76 with another $25 donation. You are too kind, my man. Too kind. Thank you so much, Zorn. I really appreciate it. And he says, and happy birthday to a fellow Libra. Well, thank you for that, Zorn76. I appreciate that. We did have a birthday a couple of days ago. I'm getting very old. The numbers are starting to get into that funny number place where they're turning in directions that start to seem not real. It's the 4 with the 1, and then you carry the 7, and Yeah, I'm that old. I'm that old. But it's nice being a Libra, man. We're well balanced. You wouldn't always know it with me, with my emotionality, but we are well balanced. It's offline where that balance comes into place. It's emotionality during the stream, balance off stream. Those are my scales. That's how that works for me, Zorn. Thank you for the $25 dono, for the $50 drop, all your support of the channel, man. I appreciate you, and salute to a fellow Libra, man. I know how the struggle goes with you, No one else knows the struggle but us on that. They don't know what it's like trying to be balanced all the time. They don't know. Relax. Falcons have 335 yards of offense at half against the Bills. Holy moly. That Bills defense, man. Ooh. Still only down 2 touchdowns, though. So a lot of yards, but you're still Bills in striking distance, just a couple of possessions, and there's still 12:59 to go in that third quarter. Tommy says, I swear Verlander pitched against Griffey Sr. Seriously. That guy just had the career that wouldn't quit. And of course, he's one of those guys that just has Seattle's number. He joins the likes of Rafael Palmeiro and Aaron Donald and just a couple of these guys that just always seem to get us. We could not, I think we had a couple games here and there at the end there where we were finally kind of able to get to him, but he was just so tough to deal with. He had really mastered pitching even at the end of his career in just a way that, hard to get to him. Simogen says, without everything is going on political wise, I wouldn't mind if the Jays won, but I feel the ties to BC are strong and Seattle's next on the chopping block. So let's stay strong. Let's stay strong, my man. Let's stay strong. We got to take this. We got to get this. Chosen one, I don't want to play the Brewers or Dodgers. Hate the matchup. Neither is going to be easy for us, man. There ain't no easy path. I think it's opened up, and you got as good a potential to go take them down as anything else there. But both of those two teams either of those two teams are going to provide a serious challenge. Serious challenge. Ricky says, wish we saw Harry Ford getting a bat today while the game got out of hand. That would have been cool instead of maybe Master Boney out there. Of course, you can't probably trust him to play first, so. Flesh Hammer says, bummer. I was working during this game. Would have been great to watch. We will be back on Wednesday and Thursday this week with some more playoff coverage. So hopefully able to catch a couple of those games down the line. Maxwell, who would I rather play in the World Series? I think I generally just would rather go to the Brewers. I know they have the better record. I know they've been more of the team everybody thinks is going to be the one to go get it, but I just don't want any part of the Dodgers, really. Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, I'll avoid that. Zorn said the Brewers have similar mojo to the Mariners. Yeah, kind of. Hey, Josh, Smoltz somehow became a closer in his older age. It kind of made sense. A lot of those starting pitchers can absolutely juice it up at a higher RPM than they do. And there is that thing that those starting pitchers do where there's a little bit of cruise control to what you're doing pitching-wise. And so then when you do go back to the bullpen, you can tell that guy, we did this with Matt Brash. It's like, all right, turn it up to 11 and let that thing loose. And now Smoltz is able to come back and capture maybe some more electric stuff at the end of his career because he can throw it full tilt. Doesn't have to worry about going 8 innings. Matt Sears says, gotta say, brother, love the content and appreciate the grind. Every time I get on YouTube for some up-to-date news, chances are you're live and speaking on it. MVP. Oh, well, that's very kind of you to say, Matt. I got the greatest job in the world, man. I get to cover football and watch baseball playoffs and just laugh it up and enjoy it with y'all. So it makes it easy when this is what I get to do, man. I've had a real job, and this definitely ain't it. Quite the opposite. So thank you, man. Happy to be so. Cattle says the Bills are always in nickel, and with light linebackers and defensive line, they were asking to be run on constantly. Probably so, especially with Oliver being missing out of the mix there. Brian says, I'm a Libra, just had a birthday yesterday, and I'm old. You're not old. It feels like I'm getting there, man. It feels like I'm getting there. I'm staring down that barrel of that 50. It's not on deck, but I can see it with an eyesight. It's coming up. Zorn says, B, you and the entire room tolerate this old man. I'm grateful. Oh, man, you're a vital part of this community, man. You're a part of what, makes this thing work. I know I say it, but it ain't lip service. It's this community. It's the sense of brother, sisterhood we got in here, both ways it goes. And that we're able to go and roll that way every single time. And it's just one of the reasons that makes this so much fun to do this channel is to have such great people in the chat, and that just everybody's coming in for just want to have fun discussion. Let's talk ball, football, baseball. Let's talk whatever. Let's laugh a little bit. Let's enjoy it. And you're a part of that, man. It's tremendous and just unbelievable every time we go live that people are able to engage in that way, and that we're all, that we don't have the toxicity come flying out of left field on stuff, and even in disagreements. It's really cool. Valuable member of this community, Zorn. Absolutely valuable, integral, you could say. Mega says, Hawks Nest, Sagittarius female right here. Never make me angry if you like living. Meanwhile, Bijan casually ripping off an 81-yarder. It's cool that he's able to do it. He's good. Brian says, Shahat, Libras. Let's go. Libras rule, man. We're balanced. We're so balanced. Dogzilla, it's the Bears and Commanders. For some reason, I thought Penix was playing. He's the first game with the Bills. Global Hobo, who cares who we play? No fear. That's right. I like Global Hobo, where he's coming from. It don't matter who we play. It don't matter what your name is. It don't matter. It don't matter. Dodgers, Brewers.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
You're not that guy. You're not that guy, Dodgers. You're not that guy, Brewers. I'm with Global Hobo on this one. I'm with him on that. Yeah. Yeah. Wu-Tang Life says, everyone stop talking about the World Series. It's not over yet. One game at a time. Don't jinx us. All right. Next game, let's lock it in. Well said, man. You're right. Can't get too greedy here. Dogzilla says, Brandon, did you live in Seattle for a time? I grew up in Seattle, Dogzilla. So all my childhood was in the Seattle area. A lot of my adult life up until about 33 or something. I was living in the Seattle area. That's kind of when I moved out and went out across the country, explored a little bit. Penix still needs some development, some space. Yeah, remember with him too. It's kind of second year starter. Give these guys that sort of that long timeline to get a little bit better, bit by bit. Maxwell, it's good. It's good when we can win without our best hitter having a great game. Indeed. A lengthened out lineup will do that for you. He'll be better with time. I agree, Space. You're on the right track with this. That's that part where people get those quarterbacks and they think, okay, after year 2, that's what he is. It's more of like, well, no, talk to me with this guy when he's after year 5. That's when that quarterback's going to be fully what he is. I think we've gotten caught, I think, at times in that habit of looking at him in year 1, 2 and trying to make that determination there. Michael Z, I'm a Libra, and my 46th birthday is next week. Go Mariners. Michael, let's go. Libras. Flash your set. Flash your set, Libras. Got a lot of Libras in the house. I love it. Zorn says I have Atlanta plus 170 and Chicago 210 for 2-team parlay tonight. God, you went with the Atlanta one. That was ballsy. I took the bill. I went straight. I went straight across the board. I went boring, Zorn. I took Washington and Buffalo. Not looking too shabby. Buffalo came back, just got a touchdown though, so. Save the geese. Oh my God, I just noticed I had Drake London on my bench. I'm in a 12-man league on Sleeper. I would have won matchup too. Shaking my head. Oh no. Oh no. 9 catches, 147 yards, and a tutty so far. Oh, save the geese. That's a double hand plant there. That's a Picard, Captain Picard double hand plant. That's not just one face palm. You got to do both face palms on that one. Soren says it's more fun than the lottery. Even my bets are pipe dreams. Hey, man, you never know, man. The payoff will be sweet. I've been going for the boring bets here myself here and there. Tommy says, man, I live in Georgia. That stadium is so nice and everything is dirt cheap. I actually afford concessions there. If you have a chance to go there, do it. That would be kind of a cool place to see. And look, Atlanta seems to be one of those cities you do want to eventually check out at least. And that's the one part of the country I've never been to is really the South. Not as much the Midwest either, but I've been out the East Coast, been North, been West South, but I've never been out to the South. I guess it's Sagittarius female, 49 December, Hawks Nest. A Sag. Catalyst, Drake London, Bijan are running the show. They are indeed, man. Bijan, 14 carries, 149 yards, and London, 9 catches, 147 yards. And Black's Penix just got tossed. Laughing out loud. Yeah, Maggie, you got Dowdle and JSN this last week. You're sitting pretty on. You almost don't need the rest of your team to do anything at that point. Soren says Atlanta has plenty of time to blow this and probably will, but interesting so far. Bills are just with Allen too, man. They are hard to put away. They do not go out quietly into that good night. Brian says the Hawks Nest. Maybe that's why this community is so chill and camaraderie is palpable. So many of us are Libras. We're excellent mediators. Exactly, man. We might be onto something that we hadn't been aware of, We've got like a 7-10 ratio in the chat on Libras. Yeah. We'll be keeping an even keel in here if that's the case. Megan says west-south. Do you mean southwest B? That's what I meant, yeah. I said it weird. Femi, I'm so excited to flex Darnold on the round table this week. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to tomorrow and doing some needling. A little needling. Kyler takes, Darnold takes, needle here, needle there. I did laugh at you when you took JSN, Megan. It's true. I was premature. Premature in my approach there. We're going to be loud on the round table tomorrow. We have a right to be. The rest of the division is still very strong here. Tell you what, still looking like a hell of a division. John Robinson, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the house. Jason's on pace for 1,900 yards. Best all-time Seahawks season by far at that point if he can pull it off. And I think the most impressive part with him being on this pace, John, is if you look at the other guys that have been up at that mark or around that mark or attempting to get to that place of things, it's always been in usually a pass-happy offense that's got a high volume of passing attempts to get to that production. But in JSN, you've got him working on a low-volume passing attack to get to that production. Daniel says, do you think the Major League Baseball should bring in a salary cap? I feel like the Mariners would be by far the best team. No bias included. Don't know why they don't do it. I have a couple of very good answers for you on this. Number one, the reason why it has not been done is because Major League Baseball has the strongest players union in all of sports. Stronger than hockey, stronger than football, stronger than basketball. They've got the best. And so that has been a union that has been very hard for the owners to get on top of in the same way that the owners are able to get on top of the players, I think, at times in Major League Football. Football is able to sort of take advantage of getting players like, we'll give you less of the profit, we'll give you more time off. There just seems like the owners have a little bit more sway on those negotiations at times. So there's the first part of it, it's that. The second part of this is that a salary cap is coming. And a little bit of what is kind of potentially what I'm hearing on deck is that there is already owners that are preparing themselves within 2 years when the CBA comes up for a lockout. That they were already anticipating the fact that this is just going to have to happen, in part because of the strength of that union that I talked about, and that the players do not want to give up that salary cap. They're fighting tooth and nail for it not to be allowed to happen. There was a whole incident this year that occurred with the commissioner coming into the Phillies dugout and Bryce Harper dog cussing out the commissioner because he was bringing up the fact that this salary cap situation was going to come up and brought up and be brought into play here. And the players don't want to see that, but, tough luck. It doesn't make any sense why the sport doesn't have it. Teams are taking advantage of the fact that it doesn't have it. Look at the Dodgers with that absolutely silly Shohei Ohtani contract. I think it's one where this needs to come into be, but they're going to have to do it the hard way because that union's not going to give up an inch on it. Zorns, they also have the Mariners at plus 110 and Brewers at plus 140 tonight as well. Let's go. Looking good on that one, man. Dogzilla, am I not seeing the Falcons game on the channel list of whatever my Comcast package is? It might be not. It's supposed to be on ESPN. Catalyst, is Jacoby Brissett better than Kyler Murray? I don't know if he's better than Kyler Murray. He just operates the offense on time, and maybe he does that a little better. Murray does the off-script stuff better. It's probably a wash between the two of them when it's really all said and just about done. But I think that when you have a guy making $7 million a year who goes out and gives you maybe the best quarterback performance of the year, and the guy that you're paying $53 million is giving you a lot of up and down and uneven performance here, especially since he signed that big major contract. I don't know how you can't be looking from a Cardinal perspective of it being less about, hey, is Jacoby Brissett the guy we need to ride with in the future? And it being more about, hey, Kyler Murray's not the guy that we should be riding here with this into the future. So I think it's a bit of those two things at play here on that side. Tommy, told you, bro. No lead to save with Atlanta. Had to watch it firsthand here. They were so excited, and I tried to warn them about Brady, but everyone was taking shots at halftime. You can't celebrate prematurely. Somebody's mentioned that about the Mariners here. We still got to get a couple of these wins to close this thing out. And the Falcons are kind of known for this, unfortunately. Like Zorn says, the Falcons definitely have kind of a tradition of sucking. Nonetheless, I decided to take the hext. Hey, man, you took the money. You took the payout. Can't blame you for that. And it's a 7.5 thing, too. They got to, not only the Bills come back here, but they got to get up on top there for, you got the points in your favor as well. Tommy, I kind of wonder how robo-umps are going to affect the Mariners. We have always had legit pitching, but it's going to get interesting. We'll still have the pitcher-friendly park. Yeah, you tend to think that it's going to work both ways. You got calls that used to work a little bit in your favor. You'd also had the calls work ways. It kind of goes 50. It all kind of equalizes out in the nature of those. And this will remove some of that equalization because it's going to be purely where the pitch is and is it a strike or is it not? And it's just good for the game. You don't want officiating. You don't want bad calls to be deciders in games. You want the players to be the deciders of games. Cattle says, can the Falcons just not be terrible? Despise them for gifting a first to the Rams. Yeah, I'm in the same place. Team drives me absolutely freaking crazy with that trade. And I'm glad to hear that this draft's not going to be as strong a draft as we thought they once were. But at the same point in time, I still think this is going to end up as probably a top 10 pick. Zorn says the Mariners appear to be handling the playoffs really well, very calm and collected, which is maybe helping them be clutch so far. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any nervous or batting of the eye or a sense of, going outside of themselves a little bit. I think that they've come into this with just, that right mentality in play to be hungry, be intense, be on point, capture the moment, but don't make it too much as well. It's a hard little, I think, probably in between ground to kind of land in to make sure that you're able to be in that right headspace to be able to operate properly in these kind of moments. And maybe we're seeing the counter of that a little bit on the other side with the Blue Jays, especially when it comes to some of the pitching in this game and the bullpen and how they came out, especially all those bullpen guys, at least all giving up a run. Phoebe, how did the Kyler Murray Call of Duty memes start again? It began with the somebody did an intrepid independent journalist, independent fan, noticed that Kyler, when you had double point weekends, was seeing a quantifiable dip in his performance on Call of Duty when there'd be a double point weekend. or a difference in his play from when there was a Call of Duty out versus when the new Call of Duty wasn't out. And so people started to backtrack that a little bit. And then you had Kyler Murray, of course, put into the contract. The Cardinals literally put in the contract that he had to study like 4 hours a week in order to make sure that he's staying in alignment with the contract. So, yeah, it just kind of has taken over from there. It sort of took serve from there, and it's taken flight. And I don't know if the numbers are still aligned to that, by the way. I don't know if you're still seeing that be the case as it once was, but somebody got caught on it. And by the way, very cool moment last year from our Hawks as if I can get this thing right here, transform, hit the screen. So I don't know if you guys remember this from last year, but this was after you got the victory. This is Seattle needling Kyler for his Call of Duty affinity. And what you'll notice in this is that they actually used my backdrop here. So this was, I got to be inspiring their little meme on this one. I got my beast mode. You can't see right now, but I got my beast mode right behind me. We got the 12s flag that used to be over my side right there. This is literally my headset. So you got the literal, you can't see because it looks white, but that's actually green. It's the green screen that makes it look white. But this is the headset I was using, and then it had my gray chair right behind me too. Pretty cool. Pretty cool of the Seahawks to do that. But that's how the whole meme kind of got. Now, New Black says the Falcons would be 12th if they lost this game. Goodness. One small step to top 5 at that point, New Blacks too, huh? I don't know. Go M, Sonny. Trident's up, baby. Let's go. Maybe Kyler's on the battlefield now instead of COD. Could be. I've been thinking about checking that out. Will Valdez, I talked to Cal Raleigh after game 1 last night, and he was amazed at the energy throughout the city of Seattle. I also talked to him about the Hawks Nest, and he was asking about if you covered baseball. Really, Will? Hell yeah, man. Well, hopefully they're appreciative. That's awesome. Is that true, Will? Is that real talk? Hell yeah, brother. You know I'm going to cover the playoffs. You know I'm going to ride for my city. You know I am. Eat the Hawks Nest. Boom. Let's freaking go. Absolute beatdown. Certainly not over yet. Two more. This bullpen's freaking unbelievable. Also had to overcome that trash umpire. Good grief. He was a nightmare today. Luckily, he was a nightmare for both. And look, I will say this about umpires. I can understand the human error and that there's going to be times you're going to get it wrong. You'd hope in the playoffs you're getting the best of the best, which is not what we felt like we were getting behind the plate today. But the one thing you ask is that, okay, if you are not going to be consistent in the zone, if it's going to be all over the place, if I don't know what a strike is through 7 innings of a baseball game, just make sure you're calling it on both sides. Both that are coming up there to hit have to deal with both of the, predicament that they're basically in right now, that they can't really read the zone as they normally would. And that's at least to the umpire's credit. It went both ways in this game. It was completely kind of an S show when it came to him calling the plays, but at least he was consistent in being inconsistent. Yeah. The Blacks could be 13th pick. The Barrows also lost tonight. Okay. It's too close, New Blacks. It's way too close for comfort. Why are we randomly draft watching other teams week 7 while we might... He's cat. Okay. I think Pumpkin's ready for me to finish up here. Ethan says, Blue Jays, John Schneider does not seem to have gotten better as a manager since we saw him in the playoffs 3 years ago, especially last night with removing Gosman at 75 pitches of that bullpen. He's definitely trying to a little bit overmanage, I think, in the first 2 games of this series, it feels like. And he went quick to that bullpen last night, and he was deep into it again today. And he seems to me, none of the answers he was calling upon in this game were putting the fire out. They were all just dropping gas on top of it. Maybe even a little bit of wind on top of it too, Let it really take. Soren says, I'm pretty lazy, but I think I might be able to study a half a day at his salary. Catalyst, they're relying on rookies and defense, and Jeff Ulbrich is a nice defensive coordinator. True enough. I got to switch over that game. Sucks what happened to Drew Alar. It does, feed me. It's tough when you're a prospect right on the edge of seemingly breaking through and you just can't quite close it. I think we've seen it a couple times in recent years with guys that we thought turning into that final year, this will be the year they go. Remember, we all thought Spencer Rattler was the guy presumptively to be a number 1 overall pick, and then he ended up having to go to college for another year beyond that from the year he was supposed to be anticipating to be that number 1 pick. Sam Howell went through this and eventually became a 5th rounder. Quinn Ewers, it was just thought at some point or another he was definitely going to be a 1st rounder, and that didn't play out. These guys, they've got to put a lot of work in college to legitimize themselves most of the time, unless they're a guy like an Anthony Richardson who got a little bit of the benefit of the doubt with that. And Allers going to have to kind of rebuild that stock a bit here. Gilbert says, we haven't needed her yet, but we will shout out Pumpkin. Pumpkin appreciates that. She definitely does. Pumpkin's eating a lot today, yes. She's definitely well fed. She's a big girl. He's a big girl. I'd be shocked if the Rams get a top 10 pick. Falcons are better than a lot of those other teams. I'd agree. I don't think the Falcons are necessarily a top 10 pick, New Blacks. It's more just it feels like, but of course the Rams are going to end up with a top 10 pick. It's more of that. It's more of like the universe is definitely going to gift them this as much as anything else. I don't know how. I don't know where. But I know it's going to happen. Oh, yes, I do. All right, well, we got about 5.5 hours on in today. I think it's a probably pretty good time to start putting a button, and Lord knows Pumpkin's needing some love and probably a couple salmon treats. You know how it goes with her. You know how it goes with her. This is a good time to do a double check here on the sponsor, one of the sponsors of our show today. Yeah, let's give a shout out to one of the sponsors of our show today. How about that, Pumpkin, huh? Are you game? Are you game for that? Yeah, you're game for that. I know you are. I don't think we did too good on our bets today, though. I don't think we rocked it. We did okay, but we didn't do great. And one of the sponsors of the show today is Sleeper. Sleeper sponsoring the Hawks Nest here throughout the year. And Sleeper's got a couple of cool promotions going on right now, right? And it's the number 1 sports app in the books here. You get into your weekly fantasy. You can get into the overs and unders. You can mix and match baseball to football with your picks. A lot of cool stuff with that. And today I had my picks go up. I wasn't able to quite knock it on through here. I was relying on Cal to stay hot. He was not able to quite stay hot. I've got the Josh Naylor over 5 hits one right. I was right on the edge with Savage, but I was not anticipating this Mariner lineup was going to get after him as well as they did. So just missed out on my little $5 bet here today. But I've won myself a couple of other bets. Done very well overall with the Sleeper app myself on this side of it. And you can use my code today, NEST, NEST. Is this cat? Okay, there we go. NEST. And that'll get you a match of 100% of your first deposit up to $100 when you use my code on the Sleeper app. And then they've got another little bonus on this too. You don't even need to use my code. You can just get a free $20 entry right now. No deposit required on your first time there with Sleeper on the app. Number 1 sports app in the game. Baseball. You got basketball coming up on deck. We're in the midst of football. Put a big ticket together. Go win yourself some money. But a big old thank you here to Sleeper for showing the love to this channel throughout this year. And please do use that code. I would appreciate it. Hey, I says, damn, ass whooping. Ass whooping, man. We took him apart, bro. We went out there and said, oh, y'all think we're just here to steal game 1? Oh, that's cute. Oh, you think we're just, is that what you, it was that, oh, yeah? Oh, is that right, Toronto? Huh? Oh, here's a 3-run home run in the first inning. Here's another 3-run home run from Palanco. Oh, we need just one more from Naylor. Let's knock a 2-runner out. Let's add on a couple more runs. Let's put them away. This Mariner team didn't come in here and say, let's eke this series out. This Mariner team didn't say in here, and let's just barely see if we can get by on this one. Oh, let's just be satiated with the one win. They came out there with the mentality of, we're here to go win this World Series. It's like Cal told you when he grabbed that mic and he looked up into the fans, stared them all right in the face as you were about to go in the playoffs, and he said, let's go win the whole effing thing. That's the spirit and mentality you're feeling from this team right now. It doesn't guarantee a World Series, but you better have that kind of mindset. You better have that level of an intensity in a sport that doesn't always require that. At times you're in that even-keeled, kumbaya, zen-like state where you're just trying to stay balanced through a long 162-game season. Well, this is the beauty of baseball playoffs, is it suddenly all starts mattering in a hurry right now. Can you take advantage? And the Mariners are taking big-time advantage with a 2-0 series lead, which is great to see. I really appreciate you, Zorn. Good night to you, too, as well. We'll be back in a couple days, but thank you for all the big, fatty, huge donations on your part, all of what you do for this channel, as well as, again, great discussion in here. It's always good to another long-suffering Mariner fan who's been through many generations of it. And I don't have to tell you, I know the feeling in your heart right now, getting to watch this team doing what they're doing. It ain't over yet. More work to be done. But we're moving in a really nice direction. Megan with her second monster donation on the channel today. I can't believe it.
Oh, Billy.
Dropping a big old $50 donation on me. Thank you for that, Megan. Very, 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 very kind. Very kind of you for that, Megan. She says something for Pumpkin. And I have that meme on my tablet wallpaper. Well, thank you for putting that meme up there. It jacked me up seeing the Mariners do that last year. It was very cool. Made me laugh on top of it. Very funny. But I will get Pumpkin some salmon here post-stream. We'll get her filled up nicely. She can use a little bit of something delicious to taste on. A little celebratory salmon. That's what we call that in this house. Celebratory salmon. So on you to her, Megan. Thank you for everything you do for the channel. Member, main mod in the house, all the support you dropped here and over on the round table here through the years. Really, really appreciate you for all you do for this channel. And let's go. Let's keep these good times rolling. AI says you need to get a sponsor like Stay Hard Cream. Haha. Hey, I'm open for business over here. I'm open for business. There ain't no, I got no limitations. Combination of no limitations and no shame. I'll take them all, man. I'll take them all. So I'll be one, not gonna lie, Penix is kind of nice. He is kind of nice, man. He's a good player. I liked him coming out. I was one of those guys that did think he was worthy of having the first round grade. And you understand why Atlanta fell in love with him. He's got a unique brand of arm talent that is very hard to find. Just got to keep him protected as much as anything else. That's the real key with him. I think he can be a good player in this league. I trust in his work ethic. I trust in him being able to develop with time. Can you keep him protected? Can he stay healthy? Those are the real, true things you worry about on that side of it. Bills look pitiful tonight. That was the Hawks, B. It was the Hawks on letting the foot off the gas a little bit last week. No letting the foot off the gas in this game for the Mariners. They weren't just trying to let outs go to waste here late in the game, saying, we got the 7-3 lead. We're fine. Let's just let the outs go to waste. You really felt like everybody was really locked in to trying to get every last run they could in this baseball game. It's JP at the end of it extending it with a sac fly to center after he worked the count to get the right pitch. These guys are grinding. They're locked in the way you need to be in this sport. They're men of the moment, not looking too far out on this, just staying in this rhythm, staying in this role. Let's see if we can keep it going. Appreciate you, Megan. Thank you for all you've done for the channel here. Megan says, E-Ball will catch some crap from B. I'll give him some hell for this. Yeah, a little bit. Bill's still in a really good position, you know. Chiefs look weaker than they've been. Ravens look a little weaker than they've been. I think the Bills get through this season, even if they're at 3-4 losses, 5 losses for the year. They still love their chances going into the postseason play with a little bit of an AFC that's not quite as strong as it's been maybe recently. Van City Lobos. Hey, Brandon, you guys took us by storm and have really iced our bats. Props from Vancouver, BC. Look forward to Game 3. Well, thank you, Van City. Appreciate it. You guys are a measurable test that cannot be just tossed away here as we've got the series now. Still a lot of work to be done. I haven't gotten your guys' best punch yet. I think it's still coming. How we handle that best punch, whether we can roll with it or not and keep it going, that's going to be as much the key to closing this series out, I think. Don't see you guys just going into that good night quietly here. But tough game when it starts to go and twist a little bit in that direction like that, especially if you guys are able to bring the game back to 3-2 like that and then that other home run to really stretch it out. Just tough. And it's kind of the difficulty in facing this Mariner lineup. Van City, you know, they flashed the stats showing that when this team hits a home run, it's like pretty hard to beat. When they don't hit a home run, pretty easy to beat. So it's in a lot of ways at times the Mariner lineup about whether or not you're keeping them in the park or not. And it's easier said than done when you have so many power hitters littered throughout this lineup, but it's a weird lineup in that way. You know, it's an unconventional one in that way, especially with all the strikeouts and the lack of walks you'll tend to get with them. Makes it tough. But you guys are right there step for step. You're going to give us another good swing here before it's all said and done. Tommy says, the crazy thing, we are dominating on messed up pitching schedule and a cross-country trip after the longest series clincher in playoff history. Wait until we get some rest and reset and home field. A lot of reason to think that this can get even better with that, Tommy. You know, that a little bit of rest will go a long way for this team. Back at home, go a long way for this team. And say nothing if you could, and I'm not getting greedy, wrap the series up early to give you a little bit of that rest to build up for the World Series. I think the timing would certainly be right for this team. It's got a couple guys that you know are a little dinged up. You know, Naylor knocked the ball off his foot in this game. Robles has got his hand thing that he got hit in the last series with the Tigers when he tried to bunt. Raleigh had a little bit of a groin thing in this game pop up on a throw that he had to make. So it definitely could help them out having a little bit of that time to kind of catch the breath there just a little bit, you know, if you were. Catch the breath if you can on that one. All right, well, we will wrap it up on that note. If you guys can for me, please, today, hit that like button for me. It's a small thing, but a major thing. A lot of Mariner fans are looking for Mariner content right now over the next couple of days to watch for watch-alongs. They'll be at work maybe. They'll be busy during the week, not able to watch the games. You can point them in my direction by hitting that like button, by subbing on up today, helping them show the way. We're going to have an incredible week of streaming set up for you guys, so get ready for a lot of Brandon this week. Coming back in another 2 days on Wednesday here with the afternoon play-by-play of the Mariners. Going to try to get the weekly roundup on here. Still trying to lock down a behind enemy lines. Got Thursday with B&B show. Tomorrow with the roundtable. So a lot locked and loaded up here. And see if we can go here, man. See if we can go and get this done. Really appreciate, again, the sponsors of the show here today. Sleeper, TickPick as well. For sponsoring the show today. We'll probably finish up with a little bit of them on the way out the door on this. B&B Mariners. We'll talk a little Mariners on Thursday. I'm sure I'll get a little bit of Brendan's thoughts on what he's saying. You know, you'll see me again. Wednesday is the minimum as far as the Mariner game. I'm going to try to get a behind enemy lines I got the round table tomorrow too. So there'll be one. So there's the NFC West round table. If you're not subbed up to that, get subbed up to that. Try to get the behind enemy lines and weekly roundup done here in the next 2 days, depending on if I can get a Texan fan nailed down. And I got to work on the weekly roundup to get that prepped. So a little bit of a see if we can pull it off thing. Thursday is going to be a double dip stream. Yep. B&B show on 12 o'clock. And then we're going to be coming back with the Mariner coverage then in the afternoon. I think it is there. So your streaming coverage for the Mariners here over the next couple days is going to go like so. We got Wednesday, 5 o'clock, Thursday, 5:30, and Friday at 3:08 p.m. will be the next Mariner streams here. We've got Sunday, and then Monday, you're going to have potentially that last game of the series would be going on right during the Seahawks-Texan game, which would be unfortunate. So see how this thing goes. See which way this goes. But the Mariners off to a bloody good start. Things looking good. Seahawks with a win. Maybe started to move things in the right direction here for Seattle. And then, of course, we've got that trade deadline coming up here very, very, very soon. I thank you guys for watching today. Hit on that like button. Big thank you again to the sponsors of the show. We will be back here very shortly, but until next time, I hope you guys don't forget. Please don't ever forget. Don't you dare forget. Thank you one more time out there to all the people dropped all the big donos here on the thing, from Simogen to Megan multiple times over, Zorn, 76, Rodney Press Show, Wu-Tang Financial. Appreciate all of you guys for all you do to all the new subscribers as well. You guys are amazing. But beyond all that, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks, and you better bloody well remember, go Mariners. I don't know about you guys, but one of my biggest pet peeves is hidden fees when it comes to buying sports tickets. A little bit extra here, a little bit extra there. Oh, sorry, sir, just one more surcharge. Why can't the price I pay be the price I saw listed? If only there was an app where these fees didn't exist. Which is why I want to give the sponsor of today's show, TickPick, a huge shout out. With over 20 million downloads, TickPick has you covered. NBA, NFL, concerts, festivals, you name it, they got it. TickPick provides the lowest prices, guaranteed. Oh, and no fees. What you see is what you pay. The NFL's in full swing, the NBA's just around the corner, and Major League Baseball playoffs are in the thick of it. Now is the time to lock in the best app in the game at finding you the right ticket at the best price. I love using TickPick. Last year, I was supposed to go to the opening game of the football season with my buddy who was also bringing those tickets, but he bailed on me at the last second and I was left to scrambling. I thought I was going to be up the creek without a paddle, but I fired up the TickPick app, was able to find a really nice seat by utilizing their high seat rating, which just looks at the combination of price and seat quality to get you that best bang for the buck, and I was able to go to the game and experience an incredible game at that. TickPick has your back. Each ticket bought is backed by the buyer trust guarantee, so that you can trust your seat is legit. And of course, I've got a code for you guys. When you use code HMA, get $20 off your first set of tickets with TickPick on a purchase of up to $100. That's $20 off any tickets when you use promo code HMA. Make sure you click the link in the description section to download the app and have the code automatically added to your account so you can use it later. Thank you, TickPick.